Okay, is there anything to report out of closed session? Mr. Attorney, so.
Thank you. The City Council met in closed session to consider items 4A through 4E. There was no reportable action on any item.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to close our special meeting. And now we're going to start our regular meeting. If anyone wishes to address the City Council on any item considered at this meeting before or during the Council's consideration of that item, please enter your name in the electronic kiosk located in the lobby. The City Council will allocate up to a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for each agenda item. Staff reports are available online at the city's website at www.cityofreading.gov and also in the public view binder located on the podium at the north side of the chambers. We'll do our Pledge of Allegiance. After that, we're going to have an invocation from Jim McCloskey, the Reading Police and Reading Fire Department's chaplain. If you'll rise with me and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilor Audette, would you like to lead us? Thank you.
Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. Will you please bow your head with me and join me as we invite the presence of the Lord with us? Father, we humble ourselves before you as we seek your direction, encouragement, and renewed strength to face the ongoing issues that affect our lives as members of this community. Restore unity and the spirit of cooperation during the decision-making process that sometimes proves to be very challenging. Your word encourages us to not grow weary while doing good, and in time we will benefit if we do not lose heart. We express our appreciation for our mayor, this assembled council, all of our city workers, and to all those who have been and continue to be faithful in their active participation in our community. We give thanks to those whom you have called to positions of authority, for your word states that the authorities that exist are appointed by you and are called according to your purpose. We pray a blessing upon those who serve as all of our first responders. Keep them in your care and out of harm's way. As we proceed with tonight's business, we pray that we may be a reflection of your grace and mercy, and it is you whom we honor and glorify. It is in the name of the Lord we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. All right, we can start with roll call, right?
Councilmember Audette.
Here.
Danuka.
Present.
Munns.
Here.
Resner.
Present.
And Mayor Lata.
Here. We're going to start our meeting with a presentation, appreciation to Denise Jurgensen for her service on the Community Services Advisory Commission from January 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2025. Denise, if you'd like to meet me at the podium, I've got something for you. So. Everybody, this is Denise here. She's served for 8 years for the City of Reading on the City of Reading Community Services Advisory Commission, a very long time. We're grateful for her service. We have a clock to give to her in her honor. It's also got an alarm clock to remind you to come back and serve again because you've done a great job for the last 8 years. We've been very appreciative of you. Sometimes serving can be a thankless job, but what I want you to know is you've sacrificed a lot of time to be at meetings, time away from your family, sacrificed time that you could have taken on trips. But it's definitely a job that we thank you very much. We're very appreciative of your service, and we very much value, and we just hope that you'll continue to serve in the future and stick with us. So we got a beautiful clock here for you, and I got the alarm set for tomorrow if you'd like to come back and serve. Okay? If you'd like to say any words or not. So.
It was a wonderful experience. I enjoyed it for 8 years, and I'm sure Travis loved having me. I think everybody should get involved in community service, and the commission knows a great way to give back to the city, and not quite as a challenging position as a city council member, but I did thoroughly enjoy it, and I might try my hand at something else. So thank you very much.
There are positions up here available next year, Denise, since you're now going to be available.
Thank you.
You'd be great at it.
You'd be great.
I think my fingerprints are all over that clock, Denise. I should have brought something to wipe them off. I'm sorry about that. All right, it is time for public comment for non-agendized matters within the city's jurisdiction. Pursuant to the Brown Act, City Council cannot take action on public comment items. The City Council will allocate up to a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for 30 minutes total at the beginning of the meeting for public comment for non-agendized matters within the city's jurisdiction. The mayor will determine the order of the speakers. If 30 minutes is not adequate to accommodate all of the individuals who have submitted their name through the electronic kiosk, the council will trail this item to the end of the open session agenda, and the remaining speakers will address the city council at that time. We have 5 speakers. We'll start with Margaret Contrell. After that, we'll go David Wasco. If you guys could also line up on the wall so we could save time as I call your name. So Margaret Contrell, you'll be first. David, if you can line up on the wall. Kayla Anderson. After Kayla, David Baker, and then Amber Bush.
Good evening. I know you all, council members, as people of faith. Faith in God, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. And I know you have been working on revamping the budget, and you are appreciated for that. However, word on the street is you don't want the citizens of Reading, the taxpayers, the ones who pay for what's in that budget, to know how bad it is. You had been dragging your feet until bold citizens made it known far and wide through social media just how bad it is. $5 to $8 million deficit. James 4:17 says, "So for one who knows the right thing to do and does not do it, for him it is sin." A week ago Sunday, 3 well-known men stood up in front of hundreds of thousands of people worldwide and before their congregations here and confessed the sin of not doing the right thing regarding sin in their wider camp of national affiliations. If those men of consequence and stature can do that, so can you. I'm not saying that you did what was wrong. I'm saying you weren't paying attention. It was done on the council's watch. I know the management office prepares packets of all the information you need for every meeting, and I'm sure it can go to hundreds of pages. And you don't get it until when? 4 days ahead of time? Perhaps management can arrange to give you more lead time. But if you don't open it until you get to the meeting, this city is toast. You know that the right thing to do is get everything out in the open, clean up what you can, do as the council did in 2008 when they had a similar problem caused by the economy, not poor management, and they did what had to be done. They fired about 400 people and left positions open through attrition. They sold surplus property and cut funding to Turtle Bay. I know, unions don't like that firing stuff, but there's more of us than there is of them, and we the people should have the say, not the unions. City employees should be contributing as much to their pensions as teachers do. Teachers contribute 22%, city employees only contribute, 7%? There's something wrong with that picture. You have a fiduciary responsibility to fix this mess regardless of how tight you have to pull the purse strings. then perhaps the people will start trusting you again.
Thank you, Margaret. David, you're up. And Kayla, I don't see you, but Kayla, you're up next.
All right, let's see how this goes. Good evening, Council. My name is David Wasco, and I'm here to talk about the potential adoption of flock safety automatic license plate reading cameras in the city. So for those of you who might not know, these are AI-enabled automatic license plate reading cameras that photograph and log details about every vehicle that passes by them. These details include the license plate, the make, the model, the color, the direction of travel, the location, and other distinguishing features about the car. This is then stored in a nationwide database that is used to track the travel patterns of every driver, whether or not they are suspected of a crime. Now, I'd like to say that I'm very supportive of local law enforcement and their commitment to public safety, but flock safety has some serious issues that are very well documented, and they should be very concerning. First of all, there are lawsuits. 2 California cities, San Jose and Oakland, and multiple other cities across the country are currently being sued over their use of these cameras in violating constitutional rights. Second, these abuses of the cameras are already happening. In November, a Georgia State Police chief was arrested for using these cameras to stalk multiple people across state lines. Abuses like these are already going on, even though there are safeguards supposedly in place. Now, I work in tech, and the weaknesses I've seen from Flock are major security failures that should never happen with this kind of infrastructure. Flock login credentials have been leaked and found for sale on cybercrime forums, and this has led to an FTC investigation into Flock. Flock does not even have multi-factor authentication for law enforcement logins. This is a bare minimum. This is a huge liability. And there are major cybersecurity failures. Last month, 60 of Flock's Condor cameras were exposed to the open internet with no password protection whatsoever, where anyone could access live feeds, download footage, and control the cameras. The weaknesses I've seen should never happen. In California, Santa Cruz has recently canceled their Flock contract, and this week, Mountain View, California, has turned off their cameras after Flock shared their data without permission. Austin, Denver, Cambridge, Flagstaff, Arizona have also canceled contracts over these same issues. These are just some of the few issues that I have time to discuss tonight, but there are more and more coming out all the time. Reading has the advantage of learning from these expensive mistakes and avoiding adopting the contract. I ask the council to reject the Flock contract when the time comes. I've discussed this with Councilmember Resner, and I've sent the other members emails with in-depth information about this. I'd be more than happy to talk about these cameras and any questions you might have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. All right, Kayla, you're up, and then David, you're up to Kayla.
Hello, my name is Kayla Anderson, and my family owns Hartnell Oaks, a 24-unit apartment complex at 1951 Hartnell Avenue. As you know, the city of Reading experienced a major flood on December 21st, and the following day it declared a state of emergency. During that time, groundwater from a city of Reading storm drain across the street clogged up and poured across Hartnell into our complex, engulfing Hartnell Oaks in about 2 feet of water. 22 out of our 24 tenants, mostly seniors and some on HUD, had to move their belongings out immediately so we could start mitigating the damage before it got any worse. Most of our tenants were cooperative and were able to stay with friends and family as we worked to rebuild the interiors of those units. While Red Cross opened an emergency shelter and offered temporary housing solutions, a few of our tenants were turned away because their flooded apartments were in less than 4 feet of water. Our insurance on the property didn't cover this disaster, so we've been working around the clock for the past month trying to rebuild out of our own pocket. A few people have asked me if Reading declaring a state of emergency on this has freed up any funds to help our remodel. I know we have not received any assistance, nor have any of our displaced tenants. So I'm hoping that you can provide an update on how that money was used. Back in 1997, the last time we had another storm of this size, my dad went to Hartnell Oaks and cleaned the city of Reading's storm drain across the street before cleaning ours. We lost 15 apartments in that flood. For the past 50 years, we've observed that the city's storm drainage system has never been an adequate size, in our opinion, to handle the water flow from across the street on Hartnell Avenue. And consequently, we've been flooded more than once. Despite being told that this type of flood is unlikely to occur again, it's been 28 years since the last flood of this size. And if it wasn't for my dad, running out there to clean out the culvert every time we get a hearty rain, this could have impacted our complex more often. Personally, I'd love to see the city of Reading develop a grant program associated with this flood to help Hartnell Oaks recoup some of the costs it's incurred, or in the very least, put a line item in your budget to finally fix the problem with a long-term sustainable solution. Hartnell Oaks has been around for 40 years, but I can't guarantee that our family can absorb another financial hit like this at a time when there's a lot of housing instability here and across the entire country. I think it'd be a great loss to displace as many people again. I heard a city staff member say
right.
that a local emergency.
Kayla, thank you very much. I'm sorry we're out of time.
Well, thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing
I'd
how
love
you
to
address
connect
this.
with you either after the meeting or in the future or
That'd be
so.
great. Yeah.
And Michael, do we have any updates or anything you can say from a recent, we had a site visit recently, or is there any kind of update we can give or carry?
So we did have two citywide escorts that brought members from the Small Business Association and Cal OES, and they visited, I want to say it was well over 50 sites within the city of Reading that were affected by storm damage, and they took pictures and careful notes, and the goal of the visit was to see if Shasta County would qualify for assistance to the Small Business Administration, which might potentially open up funding and programs for members of the community. We are still waiting for an official letter saying that what is available, but we're anticipating receiving updated information on those programs in the next week or two.
Okay. Thank you for that update. David, you're up. So.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I was a Reading resident for most of my 46 years, and I had a coffee shop here in the City Hall for almost 2 decades. I developed many close relationships with my customers, and some even became personal friends. I came to believe Jesus' words in the Bible that he would forgive our sins and grant eternal life to anyone who would turn and trust in him at some point in my life. And I became convicted that it was wrong to shed the blood of innocent preborn babies. And so I began to plead for their lives at Planned Parenthood. One day, RPD officer Jamie Rowland jumped out of his vehicle screaming that he could arrest me, and much more I would share if I had the time. Later, ex-Chief Schuler approached me and wanted to discuss the stop. He said that Rowland had sent an email up the ranks until it reached him. He claimed that I was saying gruesome things to the neighborhood children. I told Bill that was all lies and I always wore a body camera to protect myself from just this sort of thing. I asked Bill if I could see the email, and he said, "Let me see what I can do." Then he turned his back, walked away, and never spoke to me again. This man had shopped at my kiosk every day. We talked, laughed. I thought we were friends. I found out the hard way what happens when you look deeper into police corruption. All the officers that had shopped there for years suddenly stopped. Bill blocked every attempt to do records requests so that he could protect his own. If this is how they treat their friends, I hate to see how they treat their enemies. I sent Officer Rowland a nice email telling him I forgave him and that he too could be forgiven if he would turn to Jesus Christ. I was going to forget about it and move on, even though my business had been crushed. Then I began to see police corruption videos online, lots of them. I quickly realized that if you had a dirty cop or department, that was not a one-off. You begin to see the same misconduct and same names over and over. They are repeat offenders. So I filed a formal complaint. It took 2.5 months for RPD's Professional Standards Department to investigate themselves and, of course, find no wrongdoing. Chief Barner, who had been my friend as well, shopped there every day, said in an email that everything Rowland did was perfectly acceptable by their standards and he found no fault with it. I bet he wouldn't be okay with that if that was his son that it happened to, or him. Council members, you may not agree with my beliefs, but I hope we will all agree to the beauty of the First Amendment and the right to free speech and differing ideas, and not to have the government punish you for them. Rowland slandered me and got his way by turning everyone against me and hurting me financially. Schuler and Barner backed him up and left a Reading citizen pleading for help at the mercy of his lies. They never once asked to see the video to see who was telling the truth because they know that I was. If I'd been charged with something, I could have had my day in court and defended my name. Instead, they cowardly went behind my back to slander me. But Jesus said, "Blessed are you when people mock and persecute you and lie about you and say all kinds of evil things about you because you are my followers." I just pray that nothing like this will ever happen to you, council members, because you have different opinions. Finally, I hope you will consider how unjust it is for them to get to investigate themselves. If a whistleblower accuses a politician of corruption, we don't let the politician investigate themselves. Criminals and liars are going to lie. I pray there will be reform in the city of Reading so this never happens to anyone, an innocent victim again. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, David. Amber Bush, you're up. So, yes, absolutely. You can come up here. So,
I've never done this before, so please let me know when I'm supposed to start.
yeah, you're doing great. You'll get 3 minutes and speak whenever you'd like to start. So,
Okay, I guess we'll hit it then, for lack of a better term. Hello, everyone. I'm Amber Bush. This is my daughter, Emma.
Wait, can
You can say hi.
Hi.
Go ahead, please sit down. So we're here because we are still recovering from the car fire. We lost our home in 2018. I feel that the community and its members in power have largely forgotten about the car fire and how it's affecting the community to this day. There hasn't really been any communication to the public about where recovery stands and who's stayed and who's left, which I think is important. But also I need to ask for some assistance because the current situation of my home is that it's half built. We were on KRCR News about a month ago about the contractor who took all of our money and then left our home half built, and we are homeless. Okay, so with that being said, I know that you guys don't have any control over the Superior Court, but that's why my home is not built. And then on top of that, there is a city ordinance that is forcing our family to go to a hotel every single week because we can't be on our own property 50% of the time. That is the no camping ordinance. If anybody does not know what I'm talking about, that's what it's called. And it is making it extremely difficult to pay for representation to fight back against this business who has done this to more than just me. State Attorney General's office is involved in the case and shutting him down. But the people that are suffering need your help. Sorry, my daughter is with me because I take care of her through IHSS in our community, which is the other thing I needed to bring up. I know that, the community may not be aware, but there's no longer a contract with SEIU, the union that controls IHSS workers. And I know that you guys don't have control over the board, but I do believe that there is some overlap in communication on that. They're claiming they don't have the budget to be able to sign the contract, and that's going to directly affect the people that live here and work here and take care of people like my children who cannot be in society because they're a harm to themselves. Okay? She's on protective supervision, which is really hard to get. And there's certain qualifications you have to meet. And I know that's 30 seconds, but anyway, so when a family is suffering from a natural disaster, their home isn't being rebuilt because of greed and theft of a business in the city of Reading that is still operating in the city of Reading, and then I am being forced to represent myself in court and have my daughter with me at the same time because of whatever corruption and greed that exists, and it is pervasive.
thank you very much for coming, Amber.
Can
Appreciate it.
we just connect you with the housing department and see what assistance you can provide?
Right behind you, there's a gentleman who just waved his hand in the air, and he's going to connect with, okay.
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 Okay, thank you.
Can I, for David, we actually have Vigilant, not Flock. Just- Okay, okay, thanks for your input.
Thanks for alerting us.
All right, we're going to move on to consent calendar. The consent calendar contains items considered routine and/or which have been individually scrutinized by city council members and are anticipated to require no further deliberation. If a member of the public wishes to address an item on the consent calendar, please enter your name in the electronic kiosk located in the lobby before the consent calendar is considered. It shall be the prerogative of any council member before the consent calendar is acted upon to, number 1, comment on an item, 2, respond to any public comment on an item, 3, request the record reflect an abstention or nay vote on an item, or 4, remove an item and place it on the regular portion of the agenda item for delivery of a staff report and/or an extended discussion or deliberation. Do we have any? No speakers. Counselor Audette, I see you, so what do you got?
I just, on item 4A, for clarity, the proof of cash, general fund, negative 11.4 million, just for public's awareness when we talk about appropriations. So negative 11.4 million. And can we do page numbers on our staff reports, sir? Thank you. And we are not going to be having, on the topic of finance, we had a previous meeting, but we will not be having Q2 as regularly scheduled in 2 weeks. So if the public wants more information, this is the proof of cash report. That'll give you a good indication. That's all.
Okay, I don't see any other council members. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. I'll second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're doing good. All right. These next two, no, I don't think they're going to take too long. We'll see, but
Famous last words.
I get to do some appointments here, but item 5.1, to consider the mayor's appointment to the Reading Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. I'm asking you to accept my recommendation to appoint Joseph Dutra as the resident advisory board member to the Reading Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. He'll serve a 4-year term from January 1, 2026, all the way to December 31st, 2029, and he might get to earn a clock someday. So I did talk to Joseph. I had a good phone conversation with him, and I feel confident with him.
Motion to approve.
I'll second. Oh, just.
We have public comment. Oh, yay. Amber, did you mean to sign up for this one? Did you want to speak on this agenda item for my recommendation? Are you here, Amber?
I think she went outside.
I really
She's
wanted
in
to.
the lobby.
Okay, going once, twice.
Well, do you want, she's talking to Jeremy.
Oh, is she? Okay. Well, how about we'll come back to that. I can do that. Give her a
Thank
chance to
you.
speak. So we can, okay, if I just do 5.2?
Yeah, let's do 5.2.
5.2.
Let's do 5.2. Also, we're going to consider the mayor's appointment to the City of Reading Administrative Hearings Board. I'm asking to approve the mayor's recommendation to appoint Mr. Roadrunner to the City of Reading's Administrative Hearings Board for a 4-year term beginning February 1st, 2026 through January 31st, 2030. He'll also have an opportunity to get a clock. I talked to him and had a good conversation. I think he's going to be a great addition, so I'm asking.
Motion to approve.
I will second.
Okay. We will vote on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We had a speaker on that too.
Oh.
Oh, this is amazing.
We have time.
Amber, you are winning awards here. Numbers. You get to speak 3 times today.
For clarity, you might want to specify which one you're starting with.
Well, we're gonna start with 5.1. Well, let's just have her speak on 5.1 and 5.2, I guess. So 5.1 was for appointment to the Reading Housing Authority, and that was for Joseph Dutra. If you had some comments about him,
Joseph,
Joseph Dutra
and that was for him being appointed to the committee?
to the Reading Housing Authority Board of Commissioners.
Okay, then I misread that.
How would you like to speak about Mr. Roadrunner to the City of Reading's Administrative Hearings Board?
I misunderstood that one as well. I thought it was someone else.
Well, it's your time. If you'd like to say anything about him, you signed up, so.
No, it's okay. You guys have other things that may need to be discussed, so I will give you guys the opportunity to discuss anything extra that maybe didn't get discussed last time or something.
All right.
It happens. Thank you.
We appreciate your support for those two nominees. Thank you.
So,
Okay, so we did vote on 5.2. Can we get a motion for 5.1?
I'll make
yeah,
a,
motion was already made. So, motion to approve.
And we need a second? Second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Aye. This is fun.
Do we need to vote again on 5.2?
If you'd like to vote again, we could, Jack, if you'd like to vote again, let's do it. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I mean, on here.
Yeah, on here are things.
Yeah.
They're recording.
Go.
Okay.
Whoa.
Hey, you're welcome. We want your vote to count, Jack, so. All right, 9, regular calendar reports and communications of departments, boards, commissions, and committees. So we got our audit committee, 9A, consider reports from independent auditors for the year ended June 30th, 2025. We are going to combine this, as there is overlap, with item 9.1A, or let's just call it 910A. So we're going to try to kill two birds with one stone here, see if we can do that. And Greg, it looks like you're up, so.
Yeah, I got the clicker, but
You got 3 minutes.
Your clock is ticking, Greg, so.
there's another one over here. Oh, I don't need the pointer now. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the community, Director of Finance, Greg Robinette, Director of Finance and City Treasurer, Greg Robinette, here to discuss the results of our annual comprehensive financial report, which is our annual financial report, which goes through an external audit. Our audit group is CLA, and they were here last week and met with our audit committee, and a lot of very good conversation in that meeting. I always like to start this presentation by just expressing my gratitude for the finance team that is so valuable to producing these reports. In a couple slides, I'll talk about how many years we've received the Excellence in Financial Reporting. But we're very proud of the work that they do. It takes the entire team to get this ready, but Tammy Mann, our finance officer, is here this evening. She's especially critical to this report, and I hope to do justice to the work that she puts in and the effort she puts in every day to make sure our financial information is accurately reported when I present this. So I'm going to do my best, but I just want to thank her and the entire team for the effort they put forward every day. Come on. Come on. It doesn't like me. There you go. It was that little screen that was up. Okay, so the first part I like to start with is just kind of an overview of where this report stands and how it works with our budget and with our other council budget reports and how it is different. So first, we adopt a biennial budget every 2 years. This process, and as we just discussed, modifications to that budget, but this is a process of projecting our revenues and then using the available revenues and resources to identify the expenditure availability, but importantly, the expenditure needs and priorities of the council. This allocates revenues to create an expenditure plan, and this budget is only modified through council action. There are a number of items where we can modify the budget through previously approved council policies that allow staff to modify the budget, but typically in the large scheme of things, council modifies the budget. Then quarterly, we do budget updates. This actually measures the actual performance of the revenues relative to the budget, and this includes our mid-year report and our year-end report, which oftentimes includes what we call budget adjustments in that process. And then finally, this is the annual comprehensive financial report, and this is a year-end financial statement. It follows generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP, in the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, or GASB, reporting requirements. And this provides accountability and reporting consistency across a variety of entities. And this process also includes an external audit, which reviews our internal controls and all of our procedures to ensure we're accurately following our procedures and reporting the financial information consistently and accurately. It's important as we work through this to understand that there's aspects of the ACFR that we'll get to in a second that aren't audited by them, and they're instead management discussion and analysis and things of that nature, where they don't go through and actually audit those parts of the book. Summary of the audit. So we received an unmodified opinion from Clifton Larson Allen, or otherwise known as CLA. There were no findings or concerns in the reports or communications noted from CLA. And as I previously mentioned, we've received the Government Finance Officers Association Award for Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 41st consecutive year for our report that ended on June 30th, 2024. And we expect that this report will receive that award again for the June 30, 2025 report, which is being presented this evening. Some additional information that is included in the packet this evening. There's a statement on auditing standards, AUC 260 letter. This is an auditor's communication to those charged with governance. There were no material findings discovered, no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the internal controls, no accounting issues. Our accounting principles were consistently applied, and there were no disagreements with management. Additionally, we have an engagement for the single audit and the passenger facility charge and the independent audit reports on both. There were no material findings or deficiencies noted. I will point out that as part of the single audit, that's our schedule of federal awards that we're required to undergo every year as a federal grant recipient of over $750,000. They do major program testing, basically. So they try to rotate these programs and try to make sure if there's any required programs that they're touching those programs and ensuring that they're reviewed if required. This year, they reviewed the highway planning and construction cluster, the disaster grants or public assistance, the hazard mitigation grant program, and the SAFER grant through their audit process. And again, there were no material findings or deficiencies noted through that process. This year, we were charged with implementing 2 new GASB requirements. The first one is around compensated absences. For the most part, we were doing this GASB requirement already. There were some minor tweaks we had to make around sick leave and how it becomes actual payable to the employees that we had to make. But for the most part, this made no material change to our financial statements because we had already been doing effectively the practices that were required under GASB 101. And then GASB 102 did not have any impacts for us either. Finally, this is the slide that I alluded to earlier. This slide goes over kind of the major sections of the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR. First, there's an introductory section, which includes the transmittal letter, the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, as previously mentioned, the org chart, and a directory of city officials. This section is unaudited. And then I'm going to actually skip over to the statistical section. This is also unaudited, but it has a lot of good financial trend information about debt capacity, demographics, employees. This is not audited, but it has a tremendous amount of historical information because many of the charts and information that's presented in there have to cover 10 years of information. And so if you're ever interested or want to learn more about our city, the financial information, or demographic information, I would point you in the direction of this book because it can be very helpful. And then finally, the middle or the meat and potatoes of this document is the financial section. It includes our independent auditor's report. It also includes what we call the MD&A, or the Management Discussion and Analysis. This is an unaudited section. And then the government-wide financial statements, the fund financial statements, the notes to the basic financial statements, the required supplementary information, and the supplementary information. It's important for council to understand and for the community to understand as you read this book, there are multiple bases of accounting used. So sometimes you'll find it can be a little bit confusing. It's not intentionally so. It's just the requirements of the reporting standards require us to use a certain basis of accounting on certain pages or certain displays of the information and other bases of accounting on other pages. So I oftentimes refer to governmental funds as a good example, where on the entity-wide statements, you'll see it be discussed in what we call accrual basis of accounting. And then if you're on just looking at governmental funds without the entity-wide area, it will be done on a modified accrual basis. And then there is areas such as the required supplementary information where it's done on the cash basis. And so you can see the same information, i.e. sales tax, and it could be presented 3 different ways depending on the basis of accounting that's used. So I give that warning because we're about to get into the overview of the financial statements, where I'm going to try to do my best to articulate what basis of accounting we're talking about. So the first slide, there's a lot of information on here, and my presentation is designed to try to highlight some key information. I would not pretend I'm prepared to talk about every detail or number here, so if there's any nuanced questions, I might have to get back to council with those. But this is the government-wide statement of net position. This is done on the full accrual basis. The kind of the item I wanted to highlight as I looked at this information was our assets increased significantly. And the major reason for this was that RU actually finished a bond issuance, and this is approximately a $47 million increase to our restricted assets. Over the next few years, this bond issuance will be converted into expenditure and potentially capital outlay as RU actually works through the process of spending that bond issuance on the things that were required as part of the bond issuance. This next slide is the government-wide statement of activities. Some people might want to call it a profit and loss. But it goes through your revenues, particularly your revenues that are tied to a certain program or certain expenditure. Those are called program revenues. Grants fall into that category. Charges for services fall into that category. And it splits it into two major categories there, governmental and business type. And that is a good indicator that you're looking at a statement that is done on the full accrual basis of accounting. General revenues, while it's not just tax revenues, that makes up the bulk of the general revenues that you see down there at the bottom. And then you have transfers, which will be movement of money internal to the financial statements as an entity. So now we're moving into the general fund balance sheet, and this is where we're shifting our basis of accounting into a modified accrual basis. On this, you can see that the assets are declining. Cash went down from $24.5 million to roughly $13.6 million. Our accounts receivable went up from 2.1 to 3.6. Our intergovernmental went from 1.8 to 2.9. Our taxes due dropped from 7 million to 6.7 million. And our unearned revenue, which was mostly the result of spending our ARPA money, went from 7.5 million to 3.1 million, which is also attributable to a drop in cash as well. Next up is the general fund statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. First up, I wanted to discuss our tax revenues in total did go up slightly. This presentation, again, is on the modified accrual. The other taxes in 2024 went from 11.5 million to 12 million in 2025. Sales tax went from 30.8 million to 29.8 million in 2025. So it went down. Property tax went from 28.5 million to 29.8 million. And then other revenues went from 5 million to 2.5 million, so a pretty significant drop in that category. This was largely the result of we received some Zog Fire money in 2024 that we did not receive in 2025. And additionally, we had opioid money included in that amount that explains kind of the pluses and minuses in that category. So we received $1.5 million in opioid money. Additionally, transfers in went down from 2024 to 2025 by 2 million, 17.5 to 15.5 million. The largest of that drop was in the area of gas tax, and it has to do with capital project completion primarily. Gas tax transfers in 2024 was 9 million, and in 2025 was 3.6 million. And TDA did go up from 0.8 million to 4.4 million. So overall, it went from roughly 9.8 million for gas tax associated projects to roughly 8 million in 2025. And then the RU pilot, as we discussed in the previous meeting, went from 7.3 to 6.6 million as a result of the one-time adjustments that are made in the first year of the budget as we true up that amount to the actual amount that should have been charged over the previous 2 years. Next slide, it covers general fund revenue and expenses, and the solid lines show actual expenditures, and the dotted lines show the expenditures or revenues that are budgeted for in the 10-year plan. Importantly, these do not reflect the results of the previous meeting, as I'm sure council understands, but this shows the trend lines of our major revenues and then our expenditures. As council may remember, during the budget process, there was some cuts to services around police and fire, and so that explains some of the decrease in each of those areas, but also we expect the grants to start to go down in the coming years, particularly around the ARPA money. So some key financial trends and indicators. First up is the general fund unassigned fund balance. And so I always like to point out that this is not the same measurement as our financial policy, Council Policy 412, but it is a useful measurement to help understand the health of the general fund, and in many ways displays a very similar story as we have discussed in regards to the general fund reserve policy. Our unassigned fund balance continues to decline from 2024 to 2025, approximately 0.9 million. Annual expenditures did go down slightly from 123.1 million to 122.4. I will point out that the annual expenditures obviously has a big impact on the ratio, just as the fund balance does. And so the ratio has declined this year from 6.06% to 5.38%. The next slide talks about the governmental net cost of services. And I want to point out that this is government-wide, so it includes things like housing in this measurement. But most of housing should have some type of grant or something that offsets it. So this takes the entire government's cost of service, it nets it of those types of programmatic or grant revenues that are associated to certain expenditures, and then it displays that as the net cost of service. So there can be some fluctuations based on grants that are being received that could impact that net cost of service measurement when they're received and when the expenses measured don't always necessarily line up perfectly. And then effectively what this measurement is useful in doing is saying, okay, I have this net cost of service and the only thing I can really cover it with is my cash balance or my tax revenues. And so this gives you a useful measurement to see how we're trending relative to our cost of service in terms of how we're utilizing our tax revenues. And as you can see there, in a perfect world, we would be at 100% basically. We wouldn't have any excess cost of service relative to tax revenues. And as you can see here, we are a little over that, and we have been for the past couple of years. And we'll be working with council to continue to improve this. But there is always going to be some type of timing and fluctuation in the number, but it is useful from a trend perspective. Next up is our pension and OPEB liabilities. Our CalPERS and liability went up slightly, and our OPEB liability was largely remained flat year over year. I do want to point out to council that these measurements use 3 dates that are important to understand. First is a valuation date. So for the purposes of CalPERS, we have a valuation done every year. So the valuation date is June 30th, 2023. The measurement date is June 30, 2024. And as previously discussed, the financial reporting date is June 30, 2025. And this is a requirement of what's called GASB 68 of how we report this information. I think it's important for council to consider. I also want to point out PARS, as we discussed during the biennial budget development process, has no liability anymore. It's actually fully funded. That was from basically years of kind of keeping the course on making the unfunded liability payments that were required to PARS, and we now have a fully funded pension plan in that plan. It's important to note, though, that can change at any given time depending on a number of factors. In a couple slides, we're going to talk about a sensitivity analysis. If we were to change the discount rate, what would happen to the pension liability as an example of something that could change. I did want to just discuss briefly, though, there are strategies that can help council to lower or mitigate the unfunded liability. You could start 115 trusts. If you do it through CalPERS, it's known as a CEPPT. Or you could do a 115 trust through PARS that typically requires some form of cash, though, to help mitigate the long-term strategy here, but council doesn't lose control of that cash. Another option would be direct payments to CalPERS, which can mitigate the liability, but council no longer has financial control over that cash if you were to utilize a strategy like that to attempt to lower the long-term unfunded liabilities. I also usually point out on this slide that our OPEB plan is purely funded as what we call pay-as-you-go. So as the bills come in, we make the payments on the bills, and most employees, it's 50% paid by the employee, 50% paid by the employer, but we do not have any long-term assets that are designed to fund the OPEB liability. I also like to point out, as we're discussing this, how do we actually plan to make our pension payments? And this is just a little snippet, not meant to be read, directly out of our 10-year plan of how we're budgeting for the long-term unfunded liabilities. This was out of the adopted budget in June, which was based on the June 30, 2023 valuation. Since then, we've received an updated valuation briefly mentioned it to council at the November meeting, but there will be some increases to these line items in the next update of the 10-year plan that will be received by council. And then, as I alluded to, and I'm almost done, the net pension sensitivity analysis. So this actually gives council a useful measurement of one potential change, and this has changed over the years. So if we were to decrease the discount rate, it would actually increase the pension liability, as you can see there, about $140 million. PARS would also end up with a pension liability in that scenario. If you were to increase the rate of return, so assume that you're going to earn more on that, it would lower the pension liability by about $115 million. This is, importantly, I'd say it's more important to probably look at the decrease to the discount rate, because that tends to be the conversation that people who discuss pension liabilities say that's a very high assumed rate of return, especially with some of the demographics of the pension plan. What you call a mature pension plan, typically you start to see less people paying into it and more people receiving the benefit, which is true of the CalPERS plan and our plan as well. So with that, I am available for any questions. And again, I want to thank council and the audit committee's participation and my team in the finance department for all their hard work.
Vice Mayor Danuka, see you're up.
So Greg, could you bring back that slide of the net cost of service? I had alluded to that in the previous budget revenue meeting. This is something which is very important for all of us to see, carefully understand it, and really absorb this, even for the public. To see the net cost of services, the basic services, has increased from $32 million to $77 million per year. And our tax revenue has not kept up with that. So this is something which cannot be solved overnight, cannot be solved by just rhetorics, but we'll have to figure out some serious planning. How do we grow our economy? Otherwise, we are looking at cutting the services. So I just want people to understand this is the hard reality. Now, some of that people may say is because of the whatever salaries and all that thing, but hard reality is inflation has gone up also. I mean, everything costs double of what it costs in 2021 nowadays, give or take. So a lot of that cost of service is beyond the control of this council or the financial department. So I just want people to understand that we really need to get together, put our mind together, and figure out how to solve that part.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, or we can take action on this report? So Councilmember Audette, I see you. And then,
Go ahead. No,
and then Councilor Reznor, I'll go with you.
I just wanted to speak since I sat in this audit committee. I've done it a couple of times before. This is the longest meeting that I have been present for, and I asked, we asked,
Jealous?
yeah,
she spent more
you
than an
missed
hour.
out on a very fun sort of meeting. I asked Director Robinette if he'd been in a meeting this long to review the with the audit committee, and he said no. But I just thought that it was interesting. This was a new, I'm not sure if this is the same group who we used last time to do the audit, but I haven't sat through it with this group.
This is their third year as our auditors. So just as, I mean, not that you asked this, but we have a process where we basically have a structured way in which we replace our auditors so that we have a fresh set of eyes on our information. So this is their third year with us. Give them a lot of credit. They've kind of bared with us through the changeover of this new system, which presents unique challenges and frankly, probably a little bit of additional work in having to get, test a new system, understand the way the control process is working in a new system. And so their first year with us was our last year in our old system. Their second year with us was our first year in the new system. And then this year, of course, was our first year where we had started producing payroll out of the new system as well. And so that presented some challenges, but we were able to get through it with them. And so a lot of credit to them to kind of bear with us and work with us as we work through it.
Yeah, I asked essentially because we've been discussing finances for the better part of a year, how to do things better. I asked what their purpose was, and I wrote down that the goal is to give assurance if the financials are presented fairly. And so we obviously have a lot of questions up here and feel like there are a lot of levers and things that we can do better. But I felt I felt assurance after that meeting and the amount of questions that we asked, that this group auditing us actually, I feel like I was worried, and they were rather impressed with at least our checks and balances that we have in terms of how it is that our data is presented and I'll say financials accounted for. I'm not sure that I could adequately explain the rest of the financials and terminology that they used, but I felt good leaving. I felt good leaving that meeting. Anything else that you wanted to say about in regards to that meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I just, usually these meetings, I was told take 10, 15 minutes, so we spend a lot of time on it just to understand these things. And what the whole thing jumps out at me is that whichever way you cut it, whichever way you want to understand it, this slide is a bottom line. You can't escape the simple math. We can make it complicated or not, but this is simple math. And audit committee, our external auditors were completely satisfied with our internal processes. But again, this is the question we need to address here.
One of the other questions I asked was whether or not the general fund issues and revenue issues that we are experiencing are something that they are seeing across California. And the general feedbacks, I had heard that through the rumor mill, but it sounded like from them that this is also a situation that lots of other municipalities are experiencing.
Yeah, and we talked about it a little bit in the previous special meeting, but there's this kind of general restructuring or reimagining of sales tax that I think is kind of happening as well. And so you have the cost pressures happening from a variety of factors, from inflation and other reasons, but on top of basically a declining overall sales tax base. And so it is a challenge. And as Councilmember Resner likely noted, and Councilmember Danuka likely noted, while they are seeing it, it doesn't make them the experts on how to deal with it from a policy standpoint or things of that nature. And frankly, that's not necessarily, they don't audit our budget, right? They audit our financial information. And so the financial information is an important tool for council to consider as we consider our budgets and our budget development. But that, they don't necessarily direct policy direction or decisions. And
yeah, they made
so
that
in some
clear.
regards, they want to stay away from it, I would say.
Yeah, that's on us. I just want to point out one thing is that in the past centuries, not just decades, whenever inflation happened, so will the tax basis will increase also because it's linked to the value of goods or services sold. However, the recent disconnect from a local economy versus national economy is that a lot of these taxes are going outside now because of online shopping or something. So this is something which is for us to understand that we really need to find a solution to this. But I mean, that's why hopefully they'll find some.
With that comment, just a question, maybe this is off topic a little bit, but I think you and I have had some conversations about our pension liability and our debt, that at some point as our headcount goes down and we have less personnel, the pension sees that where they expected that we would give more pay raises or continue to hire, but at some point they reflect that our personnel's gone down and that may reduce some of our pension liability debt, which ultimately helps reduce some payments in the future.
Yeah, I might answer it a little different. So
okay, sorry.
There's long-term assumptions built into our actuarials, right? And those long-term assumptions, and it's not just pay and it's not just head count, it's a variety of assumptions. And so anytime those assumptions, if it were pay, came in above or below their long-term forecast, there would be a net impact in the form of what I call a stream of pension liability payments, right? And then they have an amortization policy that they amortize those, basically it's a loan, for lack of a better term, in the form of unfunded liability that then has to be paid over the terms of their amortization policy at a minimum. Council, of course, can deploy a variety of tools. As I kind of mentioned, the two primary ones that have the most traction is you have a 115 trust. Something like that were to occur, positive or negative, you could use that 115 trust to potentially buoy the impacts of that out into the future on the budget. Additionally, as we see more and more Pepper employees, they inherently have a lesser defined benefit formula. So out into the future, hopefully we will see a lowering of the unfunded liability for that reason as well. But certainly all of those factors and assumptions that are built into the actuarial report should be considered and thought about as we're determining different strategies as we deal with our budget. Importantly, when I say out into the future, we're talking 10, 15 years of kind of roughly the same amount of unfunded liability payments that we're forecasting right now, and then they'll start to drop. And if everything goes exactly to the assumptions, they would be gone out in the 20, 25-year range.
All right. Councilmember Audette.
So speaking of tax revenues, our tax revenues actually went up last year. They've gone up just about every year except for one over the last 10 years. It says on page 25 that it went down, but I'm assuming
It's a
that's a
typo.
typo. Okay, so
Confirmed.
on page 25, it says our general fund, our overall tax revenue decreased by almost $1 million, but it actually increased. Okay, so I just want to clarify on page 25, that's a typo. One of the other issues that I had, so when I'm looking at the budget, obviously, we're looking at performance. That was our previous meeting. We make assumptions. We're looking at, actually, when we set those assumptions, we should be looking at year over year. So my feedback to you is the charts that have the colors and that don't really tell me a story at all. Earlier, you had year over year, the actual number and the percentage. That is a lot more helpful for us to see trends, to see what it was, where it's going, when it's gone up, when it's calmed down. Then we can actually have context of car fire, COVID, and it helps us to learn why things go up and down and just the volatility of our returns. So for this, it would be helpful to see year over year, and I'll tell you why. Because as a council member, to find the audit useful, I went to you and said, which page are you going to agree that like is a good page, which is page 148, if anybody's taking notes, to figure out how we did to budget. And so I have some questions about that. But for your net position, I still have questions on this because, for instance, police is $56 million as a budget in net position, and I know you have a great answer for that. But you can tell me that at a later date or let me know, and I'll let everybody else know. But when I'm looking at how we did, I still have major discrepancies in what's reported to us, like $10 or $12 million of difference, or $2 million or $3 million for a lot of these numbers. And so it's not the modified accrual, we both agree these are the same numbers. It also does, this budget number, let's say it's 130, is what we approved, has carryovers, has encumbrances, still doesn't get us to this final budget number. So it would be great if part of your presentation can reconcile some of that, at least in our staff report, to reconcile how we're doing year over year, because this isn't telling me that, and I'm not sure what to do with this document.
I hear what you're saying, and you and I discussed this briefly, but I almost think it's a separate presentation if council wants that. It's not something we've really done in the past, but more to deep dive into those numbers and the trends, because as you and I discussed, there's nuance within those numbers, right? You talk about police as an example. You have certain things that are funded by specific grants or specific agreements, and then you have, let's just call it the rest of their budget that's funded by tax base, right? And so I think, as you and I were talking, it made me consider the idea of, well, how do we give council more in-depth presentation? Because this audit presentation, frankly, I've tried to expand it over the years to give those trends. Actually, our previous auditors started presenting it to us that way, and then we kind of took that and ran with it. And it's a lot of information to put up there. And so I think most likely, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're most interested in the general fund. And it's probably going through a deep dive of the general fund after we get the audit done, but it would be a whole new thing that we've never really ever done.
I would be happy if you had the same charts that are in the audit so that you actually expanded on them, given what we can actually see, so that when people, if the public actually wanted to come look at it, it would be apples to apples, so they could go through that audit and watch the report and see you report on that, so that they can find the page and they can find what it is. Because at the end of the day, it's the public's money. They want to trust us. We just have to give them a reason to. And so when there is a discrepancy and there are issues with the budget, then it's great when you look at an audited document to say, oh, I can find these points of reference just to see how we did from last year. Because you might take away that we made less money in our tax revenue last year from the way that we're talking about it, but we actually have year over year increased our tax revenue. So we're not going backwards on tax revenue, but our all general fund revenue is down. So they mean different things, but the public needs to be able to understand that too. And I think in building that trust, just know that page 148, if you wanted to look at it to the budget, that's the page that you would go to see sort of apples to apples. But I will tell you, this final budget number, I can't find those numbers in any report that we've received, even when you combine grants and you combine costs and all of those things.
So one thing I can tell you that I've found since
Yeah.
we talked
Yeah.
is we don't augment the budget that's presented on those reports for encumbrances anymore. But the way we have to do our budget to actual, because the encumbrance is an expenditure in that fiscal year, it has to augment it. In years past, in the old system, we would always increase our budget for an encumbrance carryover. The way Oracle works is just categorically different in that regard than our old system. So the data sets, frankly, the data set doesn't exist. And so during the purposes of the audit, since we do have more time, we go through and find all of those things such as that, encumbrances that are carried over, to ensure that our budget is accurate. So that's one of the discrepancies, is the differences of something that's encumbered at year end and the way it's being presented in Oracle on a budget to actual that you're referencing from September. And then, as I told you, some of it is the timing difference of the information cut off for the year end budget to actual report is sometime in August, whereas we're still doing audit work all the way through the end of September. And so there's going to be some issues, some discrepancies or variances because of that as well. And so maybe postponing that report, as we discussed, could have some value so that the numbers are closer.
Or even a cleanup. When you do Q1, you could do the cleanup as well of the past budget. But it gets a little bit confusing because this report actually says encumbrances. And so you're saying they're not included, but we do have.
The carryover
Yeah.
is not used to increase the budget in the next year.
Yes, I get that. But even
But
if
for the
even if
purpose-
I add this carryover, the unencumbered, like meaning we didn't actually spend it, it's going to roll over. It still doesn't add up to that
You
number.
would actually have to add it from the previous year.
No, this is the end of my year. So if it's going to come into the next year,
That would
or
go
if
in
it came in from this
20,
previous year.
come in from 23, 24 to 24, 25.
Yeah, that still doesn't add up to 140, where this is 130.
Yeah, like
But that's
I
my
assured you, I'm
Yeah.
working on a breakdown of the police so that we can understand it and
Police,
reconcile
fire,
between the
yeah.
two. Yeah.
General government, yeah. I think that the value is, we say we do an audit and the public thinks, okay, good, you're going to do an audit. But like you said, it's not an audit of the budget. It's an audit of your general. And I want to find value in this audit report. And so getting us to understand how the budget relates to that, but also just what's accurate in this. Because they all have different numbers. Page 48, page 148, and page 12 all have different totals for police, for instance.
And some of those are basis of accounting differences, but I hear what you're saying. Some of them are the carryover items I'm talking about. And so, frankly, some of this is adapting to a new system. I mean, adapting to a new system is a tremendous amount of work. We're still trying to refine what we believe is the best process. Talking with our vendor, saying, hey, that when we do it this way, it causes this extra work here, or doesn't give us the information on a certain report. And so trying to find what works best and not make more work in the process has been our goal.
Greg, we have a speaker here, so I'm going to, Michael Quinn, I think you're out there, so.
Michael Quinn?
Michael Quinn. Most people run up there, but we'll let you walk, so. Because they're so anxious, but yeah. right, Michael.
Good evening. I just want to say one thing or capture a couple of things. I've talked with Greg. He completely understands what's going on here. You've got somebody in there who knows what's happening, knows the things that need to be done. He's presenting it to you in very clear numbers. You can go through a million numbers, but he needs to be listened to. And when he comes up with some ideas and things like that, I would take those very seriously, because they're at a point right now where there's a lot of things that are changing, across the city, across the county, across the state, across the nation, that can all affect us. Right now, Reading's losing population. That does not help at all. It's less people paying into the sales taxes, less people paying utilities, less people needing services. That's something that these formulas and all that do not depend upon. Everything depends upon you increasing the number of employees in a program so that you can pay the retirements, increasing number in Social Security, all this stuff. And we are now going the other direction. And until we address that, this is going to continue to happen. There's some real drastic numbers on there, and they should be wake-up calls. And so his presentation was very good. He answered the questions exactly as he should have. Whether you understand them or not, that's going to take a little bit, because there's nothing easy about doing this type of accounting, especially when you do maybe a cash budget and then you have to change it over to the cash accrual system. I can't explain. I understand it, unfortunately. I don't know what that means about me, but it's, to me, this is what I read every day. And I can look at a number and I can say, okay, where's it going? Please, address him, and listen to some of the things he's going to come up with. I know we have a new city manager that's coming in, and, he's going to have to be brought up here, but every single department, every single dime out there has got to be accounted for. Everything that you spend, every bit of it has got to be, because you've got to stop it now. And all I can say is that by listening, we can get through this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
Sounds like we can use some of your expertise soon.
You can put them on your committee.
Okay,
Is that who you're going to put on?
do we have a motion to accept this, this report here? So,
Yes, I'll make a motion.
And just to be clear, is that both the reports on 9A and 9.10A?
Yeah, both.
Thank you.
I'll second.
okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Felt like you voted twice there, Gina.
You have to bring up the other one again?
What is for you?
Well, you did have to vote twice, I guess. Well, it was one motion, but
Oh.
we'll let you vote twice, so.
Oh, the second one, there's only one, yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Aye to both.
And 9.1.
They got it.
All right, good. So we have a Public Works, is that where we're at? 9 point? No, I'm sorry, I'm flipping the page here. Let's go. I just wanted to catch you off guard, Nick. Sorry. We have electric utility, 9.5C, consider approval of the Reading Electric Utilities 2030 strategic plan. So, are you ready, Nick?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. You can catch me off guard. As you can tell, I have a cold, and I have taken everything I could find.
I think all our directors have the cold, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
So I don't know
what we're doing here.
Okay.
But we're trying. Yeah, so this item, it's actually very exciting. I mean, I'm a little weak on power, but, this has been a long time coming. It's been a lot of work with the staff, with consultants, and with our stakeholder group. And I won't take a long time. I know there's more on the agenda tonight, but I want to take just a minute to recognize the effort here. So the fun part about using AI to make your slide decks is it throws a quote about yourself on there as you're presenting it, so that's pretty neat. But the agenda, so we'll go over real quick, is we'll talk about how our existing strategic plan did from a scorecard perspective. I'll go through the updated purpose, mission, and vision statement. We'll dive a little bit into the process that we use to create the strategic plan, and then I'll wrap up with a quick review of the strategic priorities. There's only 3 of them, and some examples of goals that we would fit under the hood of that. Interestingly, I think that the big part about strategic planning or having a strategy is you have to say no more often than you probably say yes Because if you say yes to everything, you actually have no strategy, right? So here's our scorecard of our 2021 through 25 plan. Interestingly, we don't really rank or grade the elements of the strategic plan. What we do is we grade how the utility is doing from an efficacy standpoint of the plan, which I think is much more important. Did you see improvement in areas of safety and reliability? Are you maintaining your financial standings? How's your customer satisfaction? Are you maintaining affordability? And the answer is kind of across the board, we did well there. And that's not by an accident. That is because of sticking with the strategic plan. And I think the proof's in the pudding. You know, our purpose, mission, and vision didn't change a lot. It changed a little. I would say the biggest takeaway on the vision is focusing more on being generational. This utility's been in existence for over 100 years. It doesn't help to focus on yourself in the right now. Somebody has to be looking into the future for the future generations. And then that dives into the mission, which gets a little bit more action-oriented. And I think we are moving to a point of we need to just start adapting instead of mitigating risk. We need to adapt to these new worlds we're living in, whether it's fires and floods and whatnot. And then the purpose statement. And quite frankly, our purpose statement, it's on posters on the wall at our buildings, and it's simple. And it's what we do, and we will continue to do it. So diving into the process, this is about a 10-month journey. It's a lot of work. We started with, you know, an advisory team, mostly leadership team members. We jumped into, and I'll get into a little bit more about risk analysis. The most exciting part, I would say, for me was our stakeholder process. It's where you can stop for a minute and check your own echo chamber to see if what you're cooking up as a team internally is sounding with your stakeholders in the community. And I'll talk more about that. And now we're here in February, actually, a little late. So kind of mentioning the journey here, phase one was just us and staff and consultants working through, looking at the mission and the vision, looking at the, you know, your SWOT analysis. I'll dive into that on the next slide. Doing some risk assessment, landscaping is what we call it, looking beyond just SWOT. What else is out there in the world that could come and get you? And then phase two is bringing in a stakeholder group. We had a fantastic stakeholder panel, very diverse, making up different customer segments. They gave great feedback, couldn't do it without their input. And then phase three is putting all that together into a draft plan. And what we really heard was we need to stick with meeting these clean energy mandates, but we have to manage costs in a very, I would call it, shifty legislative environment. Anywhere that has a legislature, in fact, whether it's state or federal. You have to balance rate stability and investments in wildfire mitigation, right? And there's a clear mandate that we need to start moving away from mitigating risks, like I mentioned, to adapting to extreme weather. And I think the flood, that was just another thing that popped up on the radar of the risk that we are inherently operating under. So one of the items that we undertook, one of the efforts was a SWOT analysis. I won't read through this, but the point of this in strategic planning is figure out what are you strong in, what are you weak in, and how do you play on strength and then work on weakness and mitigate your threats. I would say for me, the opportunities are big in grid modernization with AI and data management. Regional energy markets are a big cost-saving measure that we're looking into. Threats continue, climate-related threats, wildfire, you can add floods there. Still a lot of regulatory uncertainty, a lot of supply chain disruption. That changes any given day. The world footprint's moving around on who has what and what tariffs are gonna be and where. This effort really starts to culminate into, you need a framework. So before you start making goals and goals start projects and initiatives, you need to figure out what is your core priorities? What are you here to do? And 3 core priorities is a lot, 4 is probably too many, but these are gonna filter your decision-making framework. So this helps you with is this a yes or a no adventure that we're gonna go on? We are still sticking with mitigating risk, being reliable, and managing rates. I think that this is our core. This is who we are. This is kind of what we're good at. So what we can do is actually dive into this, and I'll show you there's 8 goals we came up with, and this might be a little hard to read because the numbers aren't lining up, with our brains, but there's 2 goals under risk mitigation, 3 under reliability, 3 under rates, and then there's a 5th goal that really is foundational across all 3. For example, with risk mitigation, here's an example objective, is advance the safety center culture, so adapt to the increase in climate risk and minimize risk to customers. How would you do that? You would start undergrounding tier 3 wildfire areas just to adapt to it, just instead of mitigating it, just adapt, underground it, and remove the risk. And what's a success measure look like, right? No utility caused fires. For reliability, we could talk about maintaining cost-efficient operations. How does that look? Improving your average outage duration and frequency metrics. For rates and sustainable supply, we're already doing this and we'll keep doing it, is anticipate your supply side risks. Where are the skeletons in the closet going to come out when you're trying to secure future supply? What's going on with tariffs? What's going on with tax credits? Where can we find future renewable energy projects? What are we doing with the Reading Power Plant? And success looks like, we're meeting our hedging targets and we're meeting energy and capacity needs without causing any issues. And then financial stewardship is always of the utmost importance. Maintain low rates relative to other state utilities, right? We're in California, so we're doing our best here, but it's one of the highest operating environments in the nation. And then these are interesting, we kind of call them enablers. So how are we going to get this done? We're going to continue developing our future-ready workforce, targeting a low vacancy rate because turnover is expensive. If anybody here has ever ran a business, especially when you're running it in 2026, turnover is very expensive. Training is expensive. It takes time. It takes effort. The hiring process is difficult and expensive. And every now and then, if you have a hire that causes a lot of issues, that can get very expensive from a legal perspective. We want to keep enhancing customer communication, and we really want to start leveraging data and systems. So we talk about AI. Everybody talks about AI. It's just kind of this thing that's used everywhere. We like it, we use it, but it isn't the answer to everything. You have to be judicious with it. You have to know what it means, what you're doing with it. I think we have a pretty good plan. It'll change, but we're adapting to it and using it, I would say, judiciously. Speaking of AI, this is the scary picture of the convergence of challenges with the trees falling down on the road. But just to start wrapping this up, we have wildfire exposure. We have an aging infrastructure that we've been replacing. We've issued bonds, as Director Robinette mentioned, last year too, and we're deep into that. There's cybersecurity issues. They're here. They will continue, possibly more with artificial intelligence engaging in the grid. Market dynamics that we're working towards and joining to expand into the West-wide power market, and then managing workforce with higher attrition rates than we're used to in the utility business, mostly because of the PEPRA retirement package is very different than the classic package. With PEPRA, it levelized the playing field across the state. And so once you learn, if you hire on at Reading Electric and we invest and we train you, now you've just become very marketable across the state. And the state, other utilities, whether they're investor-owned or publicly owned like Reading, they're hiring a lot of folks all the time. And so we're seeing more and more of that attrition. So we're trying to manage that process. So kind of wrapping up, I really want to thank the stakeholder group again and the staff who put a tremendous amount of effort into this. I feel good about the plan. It sets the stage. Now, anybody who's ever done a strategic plan or been part of it understands about a year or two later, it's kind of like, wait a minute, what does that say? What's the vision say? What's the mission? So this isn't a static document. It lays the framework. There'll be goals, there'll be initiatives. Those will change and adapt over the 5 years. But if we operate under our strategic framework to manage our risk and reliability and rates, we know where we're going, and I feel very confident with it. So at that point, I will take any questions or stop there.
Well, we have no speakers, so Nick, that was a good job. Hope you feel better. Sorry, you didn't cough once. I'm impressed. So.
I'm doing good.
Council members, any thoughts you'd like to?
No, I just want to say that it was exciting to work with your team to do strategic planning. And I'm continually impressed by the staff at REU.
Thank you, so am I. They are a brilliant team.
Well, you didn't get 6. You must not, you spend too much time with them. Yes.
I'm not spending enough time with directors, apparently.
Right.
Do you need a motion to, I'll make a motion to approve the REU strategic plan for 2030.
I'll second it.
All right. I don't see any other comments, so all in favor? Aye. Aye. All right. You must have done a good job, Nick. So. All right, our next item is the Community Services. Consider providing direction to staff regarding the funding for Advanced Reading's operations of the Civic Auditorium located at 700 Auditorium Drive. Travis, I might just get through the speakers first. That might give you a pulse of the climate. Or do you want to present
I already walked all the way
first?
up here. It might give me some space from Director Zettle's germs. But,
Okay. Okay, you can present first. I just.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Sorry, Travis. So.
It's okay. So we are here to facilitate some discussion as well as, so we'll do this presentation and then let me, if we can get through this, then we will be able to kind of go back on the things that we need to discuss with this particular item. So I will start. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. We are here tonight to discuss potentially providing some operational support to Advanced Reading for operations of the Civic Auditorium. And this is actually brought to you back from January 20th when I was directed to come back with some discussion topics and some short-term options for you to consider, as well as we brought back a agreement to memorialize the 6-month rent holiday that you approved. We would actually work that into the lease. So I'd be able to do that tonight. And I would like to go through each individual section so we can address those specifically. So the lease amendment. So we have a draft lease amendment, which is a second lease amendment, which would extend the lease payment holiday, setting rent at $0. Typo there, love that, until June 30th, 2026. At that point, rent would then resume at $5,000 a month beginning July 1st, 2026. We did also, as the result of the ad hoc committee that was assigned through the Community Services Advisory Commission, add language for, you can consider this tonight, a termination clause for the lease, because as it is written now, there is no out other than default by the operator. So the city has no out and the operator has no out. This would actually add a 60-day no-cause termination clause if you would so choose to include that. And that was one of the main recommendations from the ad hoc committee through CSAC in something that we could execute in a lease without renegotiating the entire thing. So that is in there as well. So short-term options. So we were you requested us to come back with short-term options, which are essentially the funding options should you choose to provide funding for Advanced Reading's operations of the Civic Auditorium. I will not go into the financial details because those are going to be more of Director Robinette's department, but I can describe the general mechanics and ways that you could do that and ways that you could, or essentially alternate ways you could do that. So the first option is that you could provide direct funding. So this is a cash disbursement to Advanced Reading as the operator. So direct funding at the requested amount. Certainly you can have alternative direction at any point in this, but their requested amount at the last council meeting was $116,000 per month. We have identified a few funding sources, and again, you can discuss those with Director Robinette at the tail end of this, but there are general fund reserves, there is Rancheria agreement funds, and there's Stillwater and general fund property sales, as well as any other alternative direction you may have. And there is an agreement attached to the staff report and part of the staff recommendation tonight. Should you choose to provide this type of short-term funding, you can identify a funding source, an amount, a duration, and a start date, and that would provide the sufficient details to make that agreement a reality actually pretty quickly, like within the next week or two, that would all be able to be done and executed. Another option is that you can provide indirect funding. So indirect funding would be not so much handing over some type of payment. This would probably have to be done in combination with some type of payment, but that is where Dr. Danuka's idea of paying for utilities could come into play. That would be something like the general fund or some other fund could pick up the utilities tab at a set amount that you could budget over a specific period of time so that you're not actually handing a check for that amount, but you're just paying the bill. You could also do that with existing contracts, with staffing. It could be used, again, in combination with the other funding. So you could have an option where you say, okay, we're going to do 75 and utilities. That would, again, be up to you. And you would have to discuss that most likely with Advanced Reading to come up with the best solution there. There is a world in which you could afford more building maintenance support and try to lower their costs in terms of staffing. We wouldn't know those specific numbers unless we were directed to do something that is less traditional. And so we would have to go then have those negotiations and conversations with them. So I can't offer you super concrete details on that unless that was a road you chose to go down. And then there is the do nothing option, which, as indicated by Advanced Reading, that may risk the closure of the Civic Auditorium. And those are really the most achievable options in the short term, except for the do nothing. There's not much to that, but of things that you can do, it's direct or indirect funding. You can also provide that super creative additional or alternative direction, but those are the things that we were able to identify in the short term here. Long term, and these are more for discussion because you don't have an actionable item on an agreement or anything like that, but we can certainly return to council if you like a long-term option or would like to explore one further. So the first one that we like the least is the city runs the facility. This is something we used to do. I wouldn't say that we were the best at it, and it is not something that I think is a typical model in this day and age. We don't have the skill for that, the expertise, the staff, none of that at this point. So I would not advise that one being a viable option in the future. There is, again, the do nothing option, and so that risks closure of the facility. There are also larger community-wide impacts with existing events such as Cool April Nights, the rodeo, lots of other events that are baked into that lease. It would be unlikely that staff would be able to facilitate those without additional resources, training, and other funding source to be able to do that. It would also cost the city money, so we've identified a $70,000 one-time cost. That's like your fencing and boarding up windows if you wanted to do that. And then there are some ongoing maintenance costs with those and utility costs, depending on if you were doing a temporary closure and wanted to open the building back up. If you were just going to tear it down, then obviously this is a different story. I don't think that's what we're suggesting here tonight. You would also have a TOT or sales tax impact, and so there is a range for that. These are not exact science numbers. We can certainly get down to like a real number in the future, and that can actually be something that when we get to our last option, you can actually make that part of the requirement of an ongoing funding agreement. But for now, we know that there would be some impact, and it could be in this range of $400,000 to $680,000. Could actually be more, could actually be less. But this is the range where we feel comfortable and confident based on the data that we have access to. And there will also be other economic impacts and sort of a ripple effect as economic stimulus. There's a science behind that where it basically, as dollars flow through the community, you're collecting more and more sales tax off individual purchases, salaries beget more spending, things like that. We can't quantify that. In the last council presentation, we used Advanced Reading's number where it was an $84 million economic impact. I believe that was the number, but again, we can't actually quantify that ourselves. So they would be happy, I'm sure, to explain where that comes from. One of the other more solid options is moving forward in the long term is to issue a request for proposals. So that would solicit true market options for your facility and get sort of the pulse on other operators. There are big operators, there are small operators. We have a local nonprofit operator that stepped up to help us out when we needed that. But there are big companies that do this work. In general, they want something for that work. It is a service to the community generally, so they are looking for payment or some type of metric where they're gonna be able to get paid in the future. So I would advise us, if we did do an RFP, advise council to afford a budget for guidance from a consulting firm, because there are ways in which these companies know how they can get paid. There are risks involved in that. We are not qualified to issue an RFP because we don't work in that market, so we would need some help crafting that and guiding us through the process with these big operators. And that inevitably could result in a better or worse financial situation. So we would have no idea or no way to predict that outcome. You could certainly establish a budget. We are comfortable with X amount of money being afforded to an operator for this service and see what comes back, but we can't guarantee we would get any results. So it ultimately may be a red herring, and we would be back where we started. So there's some risk in that process. Plus, it would take about 6 months to get all the way through to the very end, should you be able to get someone and select it. Typically, an RFP process in the city is going to take 3. This one requires, again, a consulting firm, which may require an RFP process in itself. So just because of city policies and the practices and the way in which we do stuff, we would have to get a contractor on board to do that. So it would extend the timeline for that project. It's not something we can just hand out work for. So again, that could be a longer process. And the one that we've been sort of discussing the most and plays into the short-term financial assistance is long-term financial assistance. And so that would inevitably require some lease negotiations, a funding agreement, some other type of mechanism to issue payment, and it could, again, fund either directly or indirectly. It could also include strings or performance metrics with oversight from staff, commissions, council. Currently, right now, the agreement doesn't have anything other than expected days of operation, enabling of certain events, but overall business practices are really those are their own things to have discretion over. Council doesn't specifically have discretion over that, nor does staff at the moment. You could certainly negotiate that in if you were to offer some long-term financial assistance, sort of the negotiating table is wide open at that point. So that's something you can certainly explore in the future. It would require, however, a sustainable funding source. So in the future, that would look something like using transient occupancy tax or the general fund, if it was sufficient, or another unidentified funding source at this point. But that any one of those specific pots would require some reprioritization of existing spending. So that means you're going to have to identify somewhere where that money would come from in that budget, because as we know now, or as we learned, there isn't money laying around for this sort of thing. So you'd have to identify a strategy or a commensurate swap from somewhere that you're going to be able to fund that with. And so our staff recommendation tonight would be to provide direction on short-term and long-term funding options and the funding sources. So we would need to know for how long, if you choose to fund, from what source, when would it start, and what amount. We would ask that you authorize the mayor to execute the second lease amendment and execute a grant agreement for the short-term operations, should you choose to go do that, and authorize the city manager to administratively appropriate the funding from the selected source, which would allow us to be able to do that in an expedited fashion. So this is all based on the indicated timeline of Advanced Reading and the need that they have expressed for our financial support. And really, that's it. I'm available for any questions, and if you want me to circle back, I can do that too.
We'll get through our speakers, and then we'll come on back. So we'll start with Susan Murray. After Susan, go Paul David. And we have 12 speakers, so if you guys can line up on the side so we can get through these efficiently. So we're ready for the next one. So we'll go Susan Murray, Paul David, then Giovanna Kuiper.
Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. I'd hate to see the Civic Auditorium close. As you know, we need the Civic Auditorium, which will help with the TOT tax, sales tax, and the businesses that are in our city. To have it mothballed would be too expensive from what I can see. I don't know all the figures and financial stuff, that's way over my head. But I have talked to a number of people, and with having the outdoor concerts on the lawn, they are just, evidently, a lot of people have indicated that was a great idea to go ahead and do that. I'm sure that there's other things that can be done to bring in the money for the city of Reading or for this to be functional. I know that there was a problem a few months ago that as to the money that was set aside for Advanced Reading, that is for $640-some thousand or whatever, and evidently it was rumored that that money didn't go to the Civic, but it went to pay the 1 cent sales tax to have it promoted for the elections. I'm not sure if that exactly happened that way. I hadn't heard anything out after that, but I know there was some issues with letting that amount of money to go to them a few months back. And so I'm not sure exactly what happened, but like I said, I was not privy to that. I just would hate to see it mothballed. I think that I have been here since 1978, and so I have been to a lot of performances at the Civic. I really appreciate having the Civic there, going to all the things that need to be, that it provides and stuff like that. So please do not mothball it and keep it going because we need it for our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Paul, David, you're up, and then Giovanna. After that, we'll have Lindsay, Myers, and Robert, if you guys can get ready.
Hello, my name is Paul David, and my wife, Brenna David, and I have produced, sorry, I'm emotional. I've been working with the Civic with my company for 10 years, and this is a huge deal to me, but my wife and I have produced large-scale events at the Civic Auditorium for the past 10 years. For my business and the hundreds of local businesses that participate in our events, the Civic is not optional. It's an essential infrastructure. Each year, my company produces 3 major trade shows at the Civic: the Reading Bridal Show, the Reading Home Show, and the Reading Health Expo. These events collectively host more than 400 local businesses annually and bring in over 17,000 members of the public to direct contact with the local services and providers each year. There is no alternative venue north of Sacramento that's capable of supporting these events at this scale, and there is no relocation option for us or these businesses. If the Civic closes, these events do not move. They disappear, along with the economic activity they generate. The downstream impact is significant. The bridal show alone fuels our local wedding industry economy, where each wedding itself can generate over $40,000 of local spending across venues, hotels, restaurants, catering, rentals, related services. The home show, our home shows lead to direct local construction and long-term investments through the home and garden industries. Our Health Expo connects thousands of residents each year with local healthcare providers. Using conservative assumptions from our work with local businesses over the last 10 years, we have established industry benchmarks that we believe our annual events support approximately somewhere between $6 to $16 million in local economic activity, with significant contributions coming from the healthcare, the home and construction, and the wedding industries. These estimates intentionally exclude long-term patient value that's established through our Health Expo, housing purchases that are facilitated through the home show, and secondary economic multipliers. My company alone invests more than $80,000 annually in producing these events, and we use primarily all local vendors to make that happen. Thank you for your time, and I've sent you all an email as well, and I also make myself available if anyone wants to meet with me or speak with me further, I'm happy to meet and discuss any of the topics, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Giovanna?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ivana Kuiper, and I'm the owner of the Dance Depot, a family business my mother brought to Reading in 1965. For nearly 68 years, we've proudly served generations of local families and built our studio right here in this community. I'm here today to urge you to prioritize keeping the Reading Civic Auditorium open. The Civic is more than a venue. It's a one-of-a-kind and only one place in the North State where our community truly comes together for graduations, concerts, ceremonies, and milestone events. For our studio alone, over 250 families rely on the Civic twice a year for performances. There is no other facility in our area that offers the stage size, seating capacity, or professional environment needed for events of this scale. We already have a June 20th performance on the calendar at the Civic, and hundreds of our families are actively preparing for the event right now. I understand the city faces difficult budgeting decisions, but losing a one-of-a-kind opportunity, assets like the Civic, would create real hardship for local businesses and would feel like losing a piece of Reading itself. Please consider the long-term cultural and economic impact and help keep the Reading Civic Auditorium open. Thank you. Please don't let Reading lose something that makes us feel connected, complete, and proud to call this city home. I ask you to protect one-of-a-kind community asset that has served Reading for generations and deserves to continue doing so. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. We have Lindsay Myers, Robert, then Stephen Williams. You guys, Robert, I didn't see you get up there, so.
Good evening, Mayor Latow and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lindsay Myers, and I'm the CEO of Turtle Bay Exploration Park and the Sheraton Reading Hotel. I'm here to encourage the City Council to be creative and thoughtful in finding a way to keep the Reading Civic Auditorium open and active. This is not just a building, it's an economic engine and a signal of vitality for our city. The Civic brings people into Reading, people who stay in our hotels, eat in our restaurants, shop locally, and generate tax revenue. As you know, every performance night that the Civic is open ripples outward into our local economy through hospitality jobs, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and visibility for Reading as a whole as a regional tourism destination. Keeping the Civic operational, even if in a modified or creative way, protects our ongoing economic activity and preserves momentum that Advance Reading has had spent many years building. If the Civic closes, a closed building on a prominent campus like ours creates uncertainty. It sends a message to residents, visitors, and potential investors that we're stepping back instead of leaning forward. That potential step back is in direct contrast with the conversations and planning the city has been engaged with regarding the riverfront specific plan and our future viability. As Travis mentioned in his report earlier, if the Civic was to be closed, it comes with costs. And considering the main gathering place of our city, not something that we may want to consider with the security concerns it could have. The Civic potential closure would also absolutely impact the local businesses and nonprofits that share that campus. This could be a large impact. Last year alone, Turtle Bay had over 17,000 students come on field trips, over 113,000 guests visit the museum, and an additional 125,000 guests walk over the Sundial Bridge and attend the Garden of Lights and our Glowing Wild events. Those numbers are a large slice of our greater community that could see this impact of a closed building. I'm not here to suggest one specific answer or tell you exactly how to do it, but to strongly encourage any flexibility, collaboration, and imagination in finding a solution. Thank you for your time and for your leadership.
Thank you, Lindsay. All right, Stephen, you're up. After that, Rachel Hatch, and then Steve Kahn.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council people. First, I want to just say thank you. Your job is so difficult, and I know that each one of you care deeply about this community. Many of you have shared that with me. I walk up here tonight thinking, what could I tell you that you don't already know? And I ask myself a simple question. What would Carl A. Williams do? Carl A. Williams was my grandfather. He came here with an 8th grade education, became an elected mayor, sat on the city council multiple times. He was a fiscal conservative who demanded that all of the checks that the city of Reading wrote come across his desk after he was elected mayor to see where every dollar was spent. And I'm no different than that. I recognize that these are very, very difficult decisions. You have to trust staff to give you good information. You have to get into negotiations with private operators. These are not to be taken lightly, and I recognize that. What did Carl Williams do? He said Reading was just a town and would never be a city until it had a civic auditorium, a gathering place for us to present the arts and gather as a community. His city council shortchanged him and downsized the civic auditorium that he envisioned. He wanted it to be big enough to host basketball tournaments and things that there would be sightlines for, and it didn't turn out that way. It's turned out pretty good. We've had some fantastic performances. I'm looking forward to seeing Foreigner coming up, and I really am looking forward to the State of the City and the Turtle Bay dinner that occurs every year. I look at your challenges to find the funding, and I look at the costs that you face if you close it. Well, I don't have all the answers. It makes absolutely no sense to me to spend the money to close it down. I'm doubtful that a for-profit company can do it better than the one that's already there as a not-for-profit. They want your guidance and help in doing it the right way, and I think you should partner with them and keep it open. Long-term, we've got bigger issues. I'd like to see my grandfather's vision come to fruition. I'd like to see it enlarged. Whether that means remodeling it or tearing it down, he would be in support of either one of those options, and we should all be working together to solve that. But for the time being, give them what they need to keep this thing open as long as we possibly can, form committee to solve the long-term solution, and I will volunteer to serve on that committee and help him fulfill that dream that he had the first time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rachel, and then Steve.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Please consider allocating ongoing funding to keep the Civic open while working together to find a long-term solution. Timing, of course, is important here. Yes, the city faces challenging financial circumstances right now, and tough decisions need to be made. But the timing of the Reading Riverfront Specific Plan, in which the city has already invested $1.25 million, which is soon to be complete, needs to be considered as well. When we arrive at that moment in the scenario that a community-involved specific plan is in place and players are ready to act on it, do we really want the efforts at the riverfront to be hampered by a shuttered facility? I recognize we need to live within our means, so how do we fund it? To me, the option of allocating one-time funding from Stillwater property sales feels appropriate. The business park is one part of the economic development ecosystem, and the creative economy is part of that ecosystem as well. Why not treat it as such and allocate ongoing funding tonight? Zooming out, we know that the creative economy generates real dollars and cents. The most recent data from NASAA shows the creative economy in California makes up 7.5% of GDP. To level set, the manufacturing sector is about 10, 11%, depending on who you speak to. So we're not talking about an insignificant creative economy sector. And at a time when automation and artificial intelligence are disrupting so many parts of the economy, live performances are still something that center humans and that people will crave in the time ahead. The creative economy is also important for attracting and retaining talent to the region. We know it's a quality of life factor. We know this when we try to recruit medical talent to the region, just to name one example. Emerging research shows the role of arts and culture as a social determinant of health and as a driver of well-being. Continued programming at a venue like the City is key to our future. Lastly, the current operator of the Civic knows the creative economy well. Though I certainly don't agree with Advanced Reading on everything, their staff have developed the kind of industry acumen and relationships and reputation that is needed to program the space. And they, from my perspective as an outsider, seem to have served as a patient, good faith partner to the city through the transitions of recent years across multiple councils and multiple staff. The creative economy is strategic for the future of our region. Let's act like it.
Thank you, Rachel. All right, we have Steve, then Hope, Seth, then Eric Hyatt.
Good evening, council, staff, and community members. I'm here to urge you to finance the Civic at least like through June or whatever, even with what was presented at the last meeting and was presented today. There's a lot of avenues and different ways that this could go, and I think it needs some time in order to study it well and to figure out, a long-term solution. But in the short term, even what was presented, it seems to me that the revenues coming in, which I think there's even more revenue that's not being considered, like the small businesses and the impact, the positive impact that these events have on them, that it's about a wash or pretty close to it anyway. It's not really going to cost us, the dollars we're talking about because of the TOT and the sales tax, and I think a lot of other hidden income that is just impossible really to quantify. Another long-term reason why the Civic is important is because Reading has so many wonderful things, but one of the things we do lack is event venues, is, entertainment. I talk to people that come from larger cities, and, one of the reasons they want to go back to the larger cities is because they have all these things they can go to. To reduce that is a big mistake. It's a huge mistake. It is something we need to actually expand on in order to take full advantage and to have a very rich society. I guess that's about it, just that the costs really aren't there. And of course, there is a pretty large cost to shutting it down and boarding it up. So it doesn't really make any sense. I think doing the short-term finance and then evaluating it and continuing to work on other options, deciding maybe if you do want to put it out for a bid, that's what we need to do. But we cannot do this hastily. It would be a big mistake. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Hope.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Hope Seth, and I serve as a board member of Advanced Reading. The Civic is at a crossroads. Long-term redevelopment discussions in coordination with the Northern Riverfront Master Plan are appropriate and needed. But that is a separate question from whether we keep the facility operating in the short to medium term. Closing now would not just be a pause, it would be an economic and cultural step backwards. Looking real quick at numbers and context, in 2011, prior to Advanced Reading's management, the Civic invested more than $1 million a year, while the Civic hosted approximately 25 events per year. From 2012 to 2025 under Advanced Reading, the venue grew to approximately 70 events annually and operated for over a decade without any direct city support, generating millions of dollars in rent to the city through its primary tenant. With that tenant gone, as well as shifts in the entertainment market, inflation, and depleted reserves, a return to a more standard public operating partnership is now needed to keep the city's owned asset functioning. There is an opinion, like we saw, that the closure may only cost $600,000 in hard expenses versus that larger number with economic impact. But those hard costs they assume the Civic would produce no other value from all the other means that we just heard from other speakers. When active, the city drives hotel stays, restaurant revenue, retail spending, and local jobs. That spending circulates and generates tax revenue, and if we close, we just aren't reducing expenses, we're actually eliminating economic activity. Once operation stops, bookings, often made year in advance, moves to other cities, relationships dissolve, and restarting later is actually not just as easy as flipping a switch. It could take years and significant capital to find another operator. In the meantime, we'd have a dark and fenced facility in one of the most visible and visited areas of our community. I think I've heard it called the gem of our community. The real decision is whether we spend public dollars to close a real functioning economic asset or if we invest in keeping it active while long-term solutions are developed. And we believe that Reading is economically stronger with an open Civic than with a closed one. If funding is extended, we are prepared immediately to develop a business development task committee focused on exploring strategies to maximize revenue in ways probably that we haven't even seen or explored yet. That would be done through partnerships, sponsorships, and revenue and innovative ideas. Closing reduces options and erodes value, and we really feel like this is an opportunity to keep creating that value. Now, I'm gonna take off my hat real quick as a mom because I have a 22-year-old, I have a 19-year-old, and a 16-year-old. Two have left town, and they've come back, and they said, please keep the Civic open, that they don't want to make Reading more boring, and that they really love attending the shows there, so.
All right. Thank you, Hope.
I just disagree that Reading is boring. Reading is very happy and very exciting.
All right, Eric. And after Eric, Julie Winter, then John Truitt.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. As a board member of Advanced Reading, I stand before you with deep gratitude and respect for everyone who's been a part of this challenging process. First, I want to honor the incredible work of Advanced Reading's board and staff. They've navigated this difficult situation with unwavering dedication, creativity, and professionalism, achieving remarkable progress under trying circumstances. Their efforts have been nothing short of amazing, and I'm proud to serve alongside them, as witnessed by some of the folks talking tonight. I also recognize how extraordinarily tough this decision is for you as council members. You've invested countless hours weighing the facts, listening to the community, and considering best path forward for Reading. From all of us at Advanced Reading, we truly appreciate that time, energy, and effort that you and the city staff have poured into this. We respect whatever outcome from your deliberations tonight, whatever outcome emerges from your deliberations. To those who have supported us along the way, thank you so much for your encouragement, partnership, and belief in our mission. And for those of you who have challenged us, thank you as well. Your perspective have pushed us to improve, innovate, and grow stronger. It's through both support and constructive dialogue that we build a better community. Personally, I believe that what Reading needs most right now is more unity. In times like this, coming together, despite our differences, can lead to solutions that benefit everyone. Advanced Reading is committed to fostering that spirit. As required or requested, by city staff and council, Advanced Reading is taking key steps to address concerns and demonstrate viability. A list of things. We've significantly increased our events, growing from 30 events in fiscal year 24 to 70 events in fiscal year 2025, bringing more vibrancy and economic activity to the community. We've delivered all our financials in a timely manner. We've completely restructured our board and are actively working on expanding it for broader representation and expertise. As requested by council members, we're collaborating with Choose Reading and Visit Reading and Shasta EDC to assess and enhance our long-term viability. Also, the council's direction, we met with industry experts to analyze potential expanding the building, including conference space, and we're exploring multiple other options. These actions reflect our commitment to transparency, responsiveness, and sustainable growth. In closing, whatever decision you make tonight, Advanced Reading will continue to work diligently to ensure a smooth transition and positive outcome for all. Thank you again for your service to the city. I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Julie?
Well, this is fun. My name is Julie Winter, and I served where you were sitting from 2016 to 2024, so 8 years. So I know what it's like to face a budget that has constraints, and I feel for you. I want to thank everyone that's spoken tonight in favor of the Civic, and I want us to remember that we've been here before with the Civic. We were facing closure of the Civic back in about 2010 or so, due to the Great Recession and massive budget issues with the city, far worse than they are today. And the community came together, and they came together, and I was part of that. I was kind of instrumental in that whole key thing that began the development of what we now know as Advanced Reading. And so I believe our community can do that again. And I believe that if you can just continue to support the Civic at $116,000 a month until we can come up with a long-term solution, this community comes together in crisis. We believe in this venue. It contributes to, I think I read 540 jobs, $84 million in economic activity. To close it would be devastating. It would create an economic downward spiral that we would have a hard time recovering from. And I'm in the medical community. We are looking for doctors, engineers, nurses, all kinds of medical professionals. And we are in competition with other cities that have entertainment venues. And so if we don't step up and keep this a wonderful place to live, we're going to have a hard time recruiting those doctors. I know that for a fact. So we need to make this a city that's livable, and the Civic helps do that. So thank you. I believe we can make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. John, you're up. You're the last. You're the closer. Make it the best speech. We're counting on you.
Thank you for having me. I'm John Truitt, Executive Director of Viva Downtown. Viva Downtown is the Main Street America organization. We've been working for about, 30 years to make a more vibrant downtown. And a lot of that happened because we had a downtown-specific plan. And the downtown-specific plan helped us project into the future the type of downtown that we wanted, how we wanted it, and a plan to get there. We now have a riverfront-specific plan that's going to come out shortly. And I can tell you one thing. In our downtown-specific plan, it never contained, let's close venues. It never contained, let's have less space. It never contained, let's have less culture. Let's have less entertainment. We wanted a place where there were places to gather, where there were places where people could be entertained. And it happened because we developed those spaces. You have a space right now. You have a beautiful asset to work with this riverfront-specific plan. Don't stop now. Invest more. That's going to pay off. It might not pay off in a month or 6 months or a year, but I guarantee you, if you maintain your assets, if you enhance your assets, you'll have something that's dynamite and beautiful down there. That's all I have to say. And ditto to everybody else. Great job. Thank you.
All right. You delivered, John. Thank you. Any questions for Travis? Any council members here? Councilor Rezer.
I know that you were saying, when you were discussing the contract amendment that you put in here, there were a couple of items. You said direct funding amount, duration, et cetera, that would essentially be plug and play in that. Is there anything else that could potentially be added in terms of contingencies? Any other sort of like contingencies, or would that slow down and prohibit us from making a decision this evening?
It would have to be hyper-specific language approved by everyone tonight that could be easily transcribed, but it would be unlikely we could quickly turn that around. You could give some authority for staff to negotiate something.
Okay.
And you could assign staff the ability to sign the agreement or do the negotiation, and the mayor to execute the agreement after staff is done.
Okay. That's it for my questions at the moment.
Okay. Don't hold back, guys. Anybody want to speak? Well, I'll break the ice about that. We have been up here, I think, since August, September, I think every month, at least, talking about the Civic Center. So everything I will say is kind of a repeat of what I've said from the past. Maybe I'll come up with some new material here for you today. But there's a lot at stake with the Civic Center. You know, this is an asset that belongs to the community. We've heard from many people that this would suffer for their own businesses. This isn't just about the loss of the TOT tax, the sales tax. This is the loss of millions of dollars that come into this community for tourism and impacts local businesses here that helps families be able to buy clothes and buy food and support, you know, their households. So there's a lot at stake beyond what we would lose as a city. It makes stupid math to say that we would not fund this and to shut it down and then to go spend money. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I've asked many other people in the community that have concerns and about the funding and looking at our budget, and I always ask them, what's your solution? If you would say no, give me something that you would do. Nobody can come up with anything. All we want to do is, focus on the budget, and we do have concerns, and we want to gripe, but there is really no other solution. This is a damn if you do, a damn if you don't. So I'm positive that we need to find some short-term solutions, but beyond that, what I think about every single day is the long-term focus. How are we going to fix this for the long term? Because we know if we approve some funding today, we're going to be right back here in March or April or May talking about the Civic Center closing again. And we're just going to keep repeating this until we come up with some sort of long-term solution. What I've said before, I still agree is a viable option, especially while we're looking at our budget. We're looking at carving out some expenses and doing some cuts. This seems to be the right time to make some aggressive moves and to think about a long-term solution for our Civic Center. My long-term proposal, unless somebody comes up with something different, is we bring back the Riverfront Commission that we used to have, something like that many, many years ago. And what the City Council did is they funded the Civic Center with TOT tax. And before Advanced Reading even came in and took over the Civic Center, the council did fund the Civic Center with TOT tax already. That went away when Bethel was paying something like $300,000 a year in rent. The city was like, great, we could use that money to solve other areas of the budget. So this isn't a new thing for the city to do. This is just pulling back the old playbook from the past to say this is how we can help fund a Civic Center and protect a community asset. So if we're thinking about a long-term fix, again, I would love to bring back a Riverfront Commission. I would love to dedicate a portion of our TOT tax for a long-term strategy to fund the Riverfront and the Civic Center and to let the commission help navigate through these painful decisions that keep coming back to us every single month or every 2 months. So whatever we do today short-term, we still have to be thinking about a long-term strategy and a long-term solution. Otherwise, we're coming back here every single month and we're going to hear the same 12 speakers get up here and give their best pitch, which I love. It's great. We need the community to speak up and tell us what assets are really important. So I don't want to necessarily think that this money is going to subsidize concerts. What this money is going to do is help subsidize community assets such as Cool April Nights, 3-on-3 basketball, Ironman, the dance groups, the ballet groups, the home and garden shows, real community function that helps our city thrive. Millions and millions of dollars that come through this city. I've said it before, I think we lose about $50 million a year to Disneyland from all the people in Reading that travel down south and take their money down there. We have to make sure we can continue to pull those dollars back to our community and bring those dollars back to cycle through, our own city. That money has to come back. And if we close a Civic, we are just killing ourselves by not just losing TOT tax and sales tax, but we're shooting ourselves in the foot by saying, let more money go to Disneyland where people want to go find other fun things to do because we just shut down a Civic. And I don't know what the council will do today as far as a motion, but I wholeheartedly agree a short-term solution to fund this through June, through the fiscal year, and that we start tackling a long-term solution. But I think it's the right move for us to do. Now, yes, we may not have a funding source yet, but and I know I've spoken a lot, but nobody else spoke before me. Nobody wanted to, so I set the stage here. This is the right time to start carving out some expenses. I do want to set the record straight that we're not creating more revenue today to fund a Civic Center. This is actually going to come with some pain points with expenses to our budget as we shift money around from different departments. It likely comes at a cost to public safety. It comes to a cost to police and fire in some way. Either we find more efficiencies without cutting services. That is one mechanism. So when we say it's a harm to public safety, maybe it doesn't have to because we're not cutting out services possibly. We're just becoming more efficient. But the reality is the truth. I'll say it, and I'll just say it because everybody needs to hear it, is we're not coming up with magical money. We're shifting money from different departments to help grow a civic center, to help a community thrive, and to keep this asset. It's not fair to let this close. It's not fair to the businesses in this town. They depend on us. And whatever we think, whatever political risk each one of us has up here, this isn't political. This is for our community. This is for each other. And that's how we make decisions up here. We're not thinking about our own individual futures up here. We have a responsibility to do something great for this city here. So whatever motion comes later, I fully support a short-term funding mechanism through June. And that's where I'm at. So Councilor Resner, you're up. So.
I have a couple of questions for Director Robinette, I think that they're for him. Some of these answers I believe you gave us before at our 3 p.m. meeting, but being that I'm not sure if you looked at how many people are online, if it's more or less than 24, but for those in the audience or listening online, you said that you believe that our shortfall in what we have in our reserves is likely to be somewhere between $3 and $4 million, roughly what it is that we have sitting for the Rancheria funds?
Yeah, so based on the conversations from earlier and based on the actual beginning point of our starting cash, if we were to do nothing and I guess receive the Rancheria money, we would probably end right around 10%. That's not assuming any cost savings, but that would end this current fiscal year around 10%. Again, that's counting on the Rancheria money to get to that 10%, right? So if council were to make
You would
this-
have to use one time, you're essentially
the
saying.
one-time money to get there,
one-time
which is
money
the
to
3
get there.
million for this fiscal year. That would kind of balance the budget back to the required 10% per council policy.
Mm-hmm.
Next year, it would require about a $2.3 million cut to get to our 10% after the 3 million this year.
And then in this staff report, it says recent property sales have brought the Stillwater property sales to nearly $4 million. Is that different than the number that you gave before of all that we have in that property sales and
Yeah,
assets?
so we had a recent closure about 2 weeks ago out there. So more money is in there. Also, it does accrue interest as well. So there was about a little over $1 million sale. It's accruing interest. And so that's why we're using the roughly $4 million number right now that is sitting in our general capital projects fund and is available for any use council so wishes.
And do we know roughly how many, off the top of your head, how many lots we have available? And if they were to, we miraculously sold all of them by the end of this fiscal year. I'm aware that there's not a bridge to sell all of those. I'm just wondering, what are the numbers?
Jason just mouthed to me 5.2 million.
That was good lip reading. That's what you think is roughly still for sale. Go ahead.
Your only issue is that because the one that's in escrow right now for May
Mhm.
triggers us to actually get started on the work.
How much, and go ahead. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, so to answer your question, Councilmember Resner, there's approximately 9 lots still remaining for sale. And for council's information, all of the lots are north of the bridge. There are no lots south of the bridge. We are recently entered into a contract with Fabric Workshop, and that escrow should close in May. I believe that is the property sale that Director Robinette is talking about. The 9 remaining unpurchased lots total just over 100,000 acres. If we were to use an approximate $50,000 per acre valuation, we're looking at around $5.5 million. But obviously, those are very rough numbers, and they could vary depending on when they sell, who's looking at them.
Right.
I would say they're a little bit on the conservative side from our perspective. It could be a little bit more. But I do want to stress, we do not know when those transactions will
Right,
occur,
right.
nor who would be purchasing them and what they would build. But to
Right.
Councilmember Audette's point, we are very soon, in the next year or two, going to have to complete Venture Parkway, which is the main roadway, from its current terminus approximately 1 mile south to the northern end of the bridge. And that endeavor will cost approximately $10 million.
And then,
Go ahead.
and then the next phase, if those do sell, will trigger the next phase, which is 15 million. So these are like matching funds, or we'll have to use those funds to bond or whatever. But maybe for next year.
Mr.
So
Cohen.
another piece of information, if I may add, we are pursuing an EDA grant. So there is some good news there. Our staff have been in communication with the EDA staff. We originally requested $5 million. We were informed by their staff that we could get up to 8 with a 20% match. We should hear the results from that grant application in the next 6 weeks or so. So that would be very, very good news for the project. And I do think it is a valid data point to recognize that the bridge and some of the other infrastructure out there to date has benefited from previous EDA grants. So it's likely that we stand a very good chance to get that, given our communication with EDA staff, and we were informed that we could apply for more than we originally did. So if we are successful with that grant application, we do have enough funds, to Director Robinette's point, to meet our 20% match to get to the north end of the bridge. And then we would be left identifying when we would need to complete the project, which would be from the bridge south to Fig Tree over to Airport. To Councilmember Audette's point, the value of that work right now in today's dollars, and I think that's very important to stress, these are today's dollars, is approximately $15 million. And the timing of that is hard to anticipate because we hadn't seen a lot of property transactions at Stillwater Business Park for a number of years. So we ceased doing our annual traffic studies to really look at the traffic out there. Now with transactions taking place, we're picking back up and doing our annual traffic studies to identify when secondary access and or the number of trips from the businesses that ultimately go in there are going to trigger the need for that new connection to Fig Tree. So it's hard for my staff and I to really estimate when that second portion of the project will need to be constructed, because we don't know when the lots are going to sell or who will ultimately buy them and what they will build. So I hope that provides some context on the Stillwater component.
Okay, was that all your questions, or?
Those are all my questions for the moment, so I'll make some comments.
Okay,
later.
come up with some good ones. So next, we'll come back to you, okay? Counselor Munns.
You know, we've talked a lot about trying to get people to come ahead of time to talk to us, as opposed to coming later after the consequences. So all 11 spoke in favor today. I'm not sure how many emails we've had, 60 or 70, a lot, and all but 2 were for it. So I'm excited about that. I mean, the road from the bridge to Fig Tree is probably years in the making. Yeah. And we do have, I'm in favor of it, we do have, a one-time fund, I realize, but I don't want to sacrifice police and fire, but I don't think we have to do that at this moment. I think we have enough funds with Q4 coming in, according to Greg, wherever he's at. We'll be, with the Rancheria money, we'll be at 10%. So if we put the other money in, we're going to be well over 10%. Yeah.
Talks.
Well, if we put in the sales money from the Stillwater, I understand that we want to use that, and I've been saying I want to use that, but we still are at 10% with the Rancheria. So I think it's a critical part of our riverfront specific plan. We have a lot of events that go on down there that are critical, that we've all been involved in, all been to. So, like Mike said, I'm in favor.
All right, Counselor Danuka, you're up.
I do have some questions, but I just wanted to ask you because Councilwoman Audette and Resner were on the ad hoc committee. Do you guys, I know you guys presented last meeting, do you guys have any suggestions at this point after further conversations? Can you suggest to the council from that ad hoc committee, what should we do in specific ways?
Well, not to interrupt, but I think they were going to come up with a long-term solution. I don't know if they were really helping on a short-term solution, but that puts them in a tough spot.
Like short, even in short term, what do you think? I mean, you have taken a deep dive into this.
Yeah. I anticipated that we were going to have to deficit spend. So I don't know anybody that wants the Civic to close. Not a single constituent. None of us want it to close. Nobody on staff wants the Civic to close. So that's not really the goal is not to figure out how to get it to close. It's how do you keep it open? And then how do you keep it sustainable? So really our goal in going to figure out exactly what they needed and could we figure out a way to get them what they needed? And then that was like the first thing that we were really going after. And then trying to figure out, well, what would be the long-term solution? What is available to us? Because I know our financial situation gets worse. And so it's going to get worse before it gets better. And so what do we do in this time where we have depleted funds? So what's available to us? And would that then we went back to them, would this be enough for you? So it's been hard because, you know, I understand that Bethel left. Bethel gave between $500,000 and $600,000 in their rent. I think it went, maybe it went down a bit, but it was in that range. And then they paid rent Advanced Reading paid rent to the city of $280,000. So the subsidy was between $200,000 and $300,000. So when that went away, the fact that this discrepancy between a $300,000 subsidy and now they need $1.4 million to operate, that's a huge chasm that we didn't understand. How did we get there? So Bethel leaves, but now the chasm is massive. And there's changes. I'm not questioning all of it, but we started looking at, well, what could you do differently? We asked for all the data. We got it. We asked about why aren't you selling your own alcohol? Why aren't you selling your own food? You know, what could you do to maximize your profits? What's your, how many drinks are you, we're getting into the weeds as much as we possibly can just to understand, is there potential for them to make more money? They have a commercial kitchen. Can you convert it into meeting space? Because you lack that if you're not even using it for your own food services. So, just trying to figure out paid parking, which we talked about up here. So I think it would have made more sense to us long-term if we had gotten some kind of pro forma to talk about if any of those things were not just anecdotal, but if they could actually happen. And we didn't really get that. I do think that they're eager to figure that out. I think they're trying to figure out if they're going to be alive and if they can put their resources together to figure that out. I think that's totally fair, but we didn't get that. And so it just puts us in this tough spot of like, well, if we give you money, there is no guarantee that you're going to survive. And so is that a good use of funds when we're in a tough situation? And so I have sort of resigned myself that it's going to be deficit spending. How much deficit spending will we be doing given the fact that when we talk about a $3 to $4 million deficit this year, we're not even talking about anything with expenses. We're $800,000 over in our police overtime. So I don't even know. We haven't even gotten the fire bill for overtime yet, and I hope it's not going to be bad, but there's other things coming. So that's in the best case scenario. So I'm okay to spend some deficit money. It's just a matter of how much. And then what are the terms to protect the people's money that we're making a good investment and that we're actually getting that stuff in return. And so I'm trying to weigh how much do you give, and then do you go to RFP so that we can get this new business plan? Is that the best way to get that? Is that just spending more money to come up with the same answer that it's Advanced Reading, or do they want the opportunity to do that? I'm not entirely sure of, but I don't want to see a 60-day out. Here, we're going to give you money, and then you can just say, well, thanks for the money, goodbye, we're 60 days out. Not that you would do that, but I can't guarantee that, so I wouldn't want to make that deal. But I do think going out to RFP means we actually get like a plan. And I do like the idea of a group, but I would also be fine if the mayor wanted to join with their board and be part of the decision-making that's happening if we give them money in the short term to be part of figuring that out. So I could go a couple different ways. I know we're going to give them money. I just don't know how much we plan to give them. I don't, in this climate and in what's happening, I would hope that there would be an attempt to cut down on some of those operating expenses. And maybe you've already done that, and this is the bare bones, but I know I'm comfortable with something like around 300,000. I think the total amount, if we gave all 4 months, would be 464. I don't know that I'm comfortable with giving another 500,000 after having just given 670,000 and giving $1 million for the year. I think that's a lot. But I don't want them to close. I want to, in good faith, give them something substantial to work with, but I also want something in return. I want a plan. I want to know how you're going to be viable. And the TOT money, absolutely on the table in the long term. Is it going to be enough? Which is why those pro formas are going to be so important to figure out if 500,000 or 650,000 would be enough. Because if we're going to take that from the Visit Reading contract, we've got to negotiate with them how that's going to work and what that looks like, so we don't miss out on the incredible work that they've been doing, and we want to maybe figure out how to merge them and do all that type of stuff. So there's a lot of moving pieces, but I certainly don't want to just hand over money and hope that it all works out. So that's kind of where I'm at the moment.
I have,
Can we go to Jack?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Councilman,
sorry,
sorry
Jack.
about that.
Sorry, go
But
ahead.
good talk. That was good.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. Even if we do RFP, Trav, we're still going to have to give him some money. I mean, the guy that you spoke to when you and I talked about it, I don't want to quote you, but I think you said that there's not one, depending on the size, but in our size, there's not one that makes a profit. They all need some sort of financial backing.
I can't say 100%, but it is unlikely in terms of our opinion and industry consultant opinion that we would be able to get out of this for $0 as we have for the past 13, 14 years.
So, but a deficit could be cut in half. I mean, if we did 1.5, I mean, if they were making some money and we gave them, I don't know what the right number would be.
If we had a killer market and a manageable size venue, it could be super profitable. But our venue is probably a little bit larger for our market, according to that particular consultant. He said that you are more likely in a very big market that is very successful with a very small venue to actually make money. They have a lot of costs that are going to be exceeding that with the building size and the way they have to program it. They could probably speak a lot more eloquently to that, but I think that it would be unlikely that we would not have to pay an operator to come in.
Thank you.
So to your point, Jack, two separate things. I do think we have to deficit spend if we're going to keep them open. We have to decide on that number. And then the second thing on the long term, the money we could actually pull from would be the TOT money, which their budget.
I like what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm in agreement with most of it.
Look, we're all getting along here. I like it. So, Councilor Danuka, I love it.
So I was the only holdout last time the council gave them $650,000. And I hear you. So basically what you're saying, you're comfortable giving $360,000 for the next 3-4 months or so.
300.
It's kind of something like, okay, that range I'm hearing. My questions to the board are a couple of questions. First, you have $1 million plus deficit every year when you're doing 70 events a year. Right?
Yeah.
So my question is, realistically, how many more events can you do and how will that reduce the deficit? That's one question. The second question is, you talked about changing the board and expanding the board. I know there are a lot of issues with the past which public was concerned about, rightly or wrongly. So I appreciate you kind of changing the board and expanding it. Would you be open to, so that's a part of second question is, would you be open to city council appointing at least one, maybe 2 board members on the board, at least one? So that's the second question. The third question I have is, why not ask the people and I had brought this earlier, why don't we ask the private donors, right? I know you have told that nobody is really keen on this time. What if you ask somebody to name the building after them? What if we say naming rights for maybe long-term? Okay, how much? So,
300,000.
for the lifetime. But I'm sure if there are many more rich people than I am here who can actually pay more than that. So why sell it for cheap? So why not look for something like naming rights for this and for a short term or long term? So those are three questions I have for you. Maybe we can auction the name like that.
Can we wait for you and they can answer? Okay, got it.
Wait for who?
Go ahead.
Go ahead and answer your question. Something
Okay.
profound's going to come pretty soon. So.
I'm going to tackle the first question, and I'm going to start by saying I think part of why we are collectively here today is that our lease with the city set an expectation around how venues like this work that is wholly and unique to that lease structure. It does not exist anywhere else in the industry. And so we're having conversations around what for 14 years has been our norm, but it isn't actually the norm for how these venues work. So our numbers, when I compare them to Fresno, when I compare them to other places, we're actually performing as well as the best venue operators in the world as far as minimizing what the loss is. And to the point that Travis was trying to address, or Councilman Munn's question is, if you're looking at a normal operator for these spaces, you would be looking at a minimum of what our overhead budget is every year, plus the programming costs that are in our budget, plus a fee to that operator. So when we're talking about an operator fee, let's say of $75,000 a year, that's not the cost to the city. It's actually going to be closer to $2 to $2.5 million plus $75,000. And the other point that I would like to clarify is our actual total monthly costs in our current fiscal year to date are $433,000 a month. So we are actually still going to be carrying the larger bucket of weight on covering expenses, regardless of what amount that the council would decide to fund us tonight. So we've never been asking for you to cover the full
No, I
operational
understand.
cost.
So just to clarify that thing, so basically what you're saying is 20 to 25% is an expected loss margin on this business. Because if your entire budget is like $4 to $5 million, and you have a deficit of approximately 1 to 1.4, that's 20 to 25% loss margin. Is that the industry standard?
Can I jump?
Let me reframe it a different way. So for fiscal year '25, our total expenses were $6.1 million
Okay.
out. That netted a loss of 1.29, so 1.3 for easy numbers. And is that normal? That's actually a stellar performance.
20% loss margin is the industry standard here.
Well, to jump it,
I don't mean to interrupt you. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just trying to
I
clarify.
mean, the fact that we, on a P&L, that we generate a gross profit, if you're looking at a standard, the fact that we generate a gross profit is outstanding work in our industry. No one else does that. That's,
And not to interrupt
Yeah.
that, but to your point, one thing that people fail to recognize is people think of Advanced Reading as always a group that just runs concerts. They don't. They have the responsibility to run our community events. If they weren't doing it and the city chose to keep the Civic open, we would be paying that cost for Cool April Nights, 3-on-3 basketball, Iron Man, the Home and Garden shows. So they're absorbing those costs. It's not just.
Oh, I completely understand that. And I do understand that, and I've said this before also, that some of these services basically make the soul of a city and the heart of the city a third space to meet. So I'm absolutely fine supporting it. I'm just trying to understand what is expected. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. So that kind of industry standard. So you answered the first question. Just
well, and I do. I think the point I'm trying to make back is the conversation getting framed about losses is where we are at a disconnect. This is always framed as an operational line item expenditure for the city, and the operator is never expected
to
Gotcha.
return a direct investment.
Got it.
That's the disconnect here.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah.
In regards to two things, the board, we're open to, we know we need to expand the board. We're open. We do want a board who participates. That's really important to us. So we don't really want someone assigned to the board that's going to, and I'm just being frank, that's going to sit around and report back to you. We would be glad to have that discussion. I'm all in, and any suggestions would be appreciated. But we do want board members who are actively participating, especially in the next 6 months.
Absolutely.
We have a lot to figure out. Secondly, naming rights. That's awesome, naming rights. I don't know who you think could pay, whatever, $1 million a year. I just don't think it's possible. And I'm not a negative person normally.
You're a developer. You're
It's
like,
not possible.
This is great.
Now, if we built, this is what's cool. If we built a convention space where we could have conferences, so an add-on to the current facility, we could then name that convention space specifically after someone. And I think that would be doable because you'd be bringing in conventions from all across the country. So I think there's a path to that that's amazing and where Reading needs to go. And as part of the Northern Riverfront Specific Plan, or the Riverfront Specific Plan, specifically the Northern Riverfront, I think that's the future. So is that it for those two?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting $1 million a year, but maybe some contribution, because I've said this before, is that city should support it, but at the same time, I do want the private donors and public to stand up and contribute something so that they have a skin in the game too. And that is why I want not just the amount, it's a question of participation that I want to see.
Yeah, along those fronts, we have recently, this is very small. This is a very small step in the direction that you have been
Yes, I've been
recommending across several meetings.
I'm insisting on it.
But we have turned on in our ticketing platform the donation function. So if people want to add a donation to their ticket purchase, that is currently live and active on our system, specifically to naming right contracts. One, I believe the terms of our contract actually requires us to do that in conjunction with the city. We don't actually have the authority
Yes.
to give that privilege to someone. We would actually need to work with you on establishing what you would want the value of that to be. That also usually goes out to an RFP process, because now in the world of even live entertainment getting big boxed, you're going to end up likely hiring a consultant who has all of the relationships with all of the bigger entities. Even Tri-Counties used to be a major sponsor. In the 14 years that we have been there, the banking laws have changed, and Tri-Counties actually can't make a local decision to that same dollar amount. All of those decisions now are being made from a broader perspective in a larger market. Or Bakersfield, for instance, where they were the Mechanics Arena, and then they were the RABA Arena, and now I think they're the Dignity Health Arena. So like even Mercy or hospitals, these are kind of the traditional lanes for that. All of that has moved to larger markets and relationships within those people in those markets. So we actually have tried, but it is a challenge. And to his point, if we have, there's a path there. It's just, it's going to take time, like the rest.
And I do understand that to bring someone from outside to give those money is not easy for us. I was looking more for like a McConnell Foundation, Bethel naming it, or somebody naming it locally for short term. That's what I was looking for. But anyway, so.
We barked up all those trees. No one's up.
Yeah,
No
that-
All right.
one's there. No one's there.
You should have bitten them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our attorney would like to speak. We have a good vibe. Don't kill it right now. So,
I don't think this changes anything, but there were some suggestions about the possibility of the council appointing a member to the board. I just want to be clear that if that were the case, that would transform the nonprofits board into a Brown Act body. So
I'm sorry?
it would transform the nonprofits board into a Brown Act body. So they would be required.
Even with one member?
Yeah, if they received money from the city and a city member is appointed to the board, then that does turn it into a Brown Act project.
Does it matter whether or not they're a voting member?
It does. It would only be if they were a full voting member.
But does it matter if we?
Because make them not
No,
vote.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
if it's not a council member, but we could appoint a citizen outside the
No,
council.
we need accountability.
No, I know, but I'm saying if council appoints someone,
No, I mean, I think if our mayor goes and he doesn't vote, but he's there to then give a report and answer to the public, I think that would be.
And I'm sorry, I don't know if this is something you need to decide on now. I just wanted to put that on the radar.
actually, I do want to know this a little bit more about this because this is an important consideration for me to bring some accountability back. So the question is, does that get triggered even if it's not a council member, but council appoints an outside the council member a citizen? Number one. Number two, does it matter if it's a voting person or not a voting person? Does it?
He just said yes.
It does matter if it's a voting person. If it's non-voting, that wouldn't trigger it. I'd take a little bit more of a look. I think if you appointed a citizen, I don't think that would trigger it independently, but I'd need to look at that a little bit more.
I don't want that.
Okay, we have one more speaker. So Michael, I'm going to guess it's because you got to check for the naming rights because that's what stirred you to sign up. So we're ready for you to write the
Mr.
check.
Williams
So
might
if
have a
it's.
check for the name.
Right, Mike? We have a Bishop Quinn Church.
I'm not sure what I'm hearing tonight because it's kind of confusing. I've been around for a long time, owned radio stations for over 30 years, been involved downtown with John when it first started. I remember when Market Street first showed up and what has been done there. And there's a lot of people in here who don't even understand what the Civic used to be. What's the first mega church to come to Reading? Somebody. What? No, first mega church that used to come to Reading every year. Worldwide Church of God. They had conventions there at the convention center. That's why you call it a convention center. They used to have VFW come here and do that. It's not sold that way anymore. The model that you're saying, I just heard you say that you're the first one to show a profit. If you're showing a profit, why are you asking for money? I don't understand that. I'm an accountant, and if somebody tells me they're showing a profit and then they're saying we need money to survive, there's a disconnect. So maybe you can explain that to me. I've supported you. I've done concerts there. I was with the logging convention when we went there. I did their publicity for 20 years. We wanted to be there, but it didn't work out because of the terms. We were there a couple of years. And it was good because we needed to have enough room to have the dinners. That's the perfect location for a small convention because of the way you've restructured it. You're trying to, I don't know what you're trying to do. When I was ran for city council, the question that came up at the forum was, what are you going to do? What would you do to suggest that, to bring more people to town? And I said, well, as a former manager of Bridge Bay Resort, I know that there's 12 to 15,000 people at that lake who 2 days after they're there want to come back and find something to do. So in those days, we sold them tickets. That's when we had an air show. Remember the best air show in the nation? We sold tickets to the people out there at the lake. The good news is you got 12 to 15,000 people, and the next week you got 12 to 15,000 different people. And the next week, 12 to 15,000 different people, and you just have to market.
Yep.
This is not crazy. And then go look at what the Cascade does, how they use their volunteers. They've been doing that for years, and they're very successful at it. Partner with them. There's just a total disconnect here as to how things used to be. If you forget history, you're going to repeat it. And there used to be 3 people that ran that place. John Gorman, Peggy Hughes, and Pat, I can't remember her last name. That was the staff, other than the people who went out and did the setups and things like that. That's how they ran it. And they did lots of concerts. We had a concert series for the Broadway shows. All of that went away.
All right, thank you, Michael.
Dance with who brung you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, Councilor Resner, you're up.
I was gonna say some of these comments when Councilmember Danuka asked us essentially what do we have thoughts, or where are we going? So Councilmember Audette and I'll repeat a handful of the comments in which that she made. And I have some notes here, mostly because it is just a tough decision. It is a tough decision. After meetings with stakeholders and groups who benefit from the operations, I can assure you that although this community really expresses that they all care about the Civic, the amount of people we turned upside down and shook to see what would come out of pockets, that this community is either at this point in time, stakeholders included, unable or unwilling to contribute to keeping the Civic propped up while we figure out what long-term solutions are, and to contribute financially to its sustainability. I want to repeat multiple times in my comments that it does not feel like there are any good solutions here. There is no scenario to be considered that does not have some sort of impact on the general fund, which we heard a lot. We heard during comments from staff and from the community. For me, the immediate decision to be considered is what has the least negative impact to our community, which path has the least amount of negative consequences long-term. How big, I was considering how big is that potential gap between shuttering and floating advanced reading, even if that was for the next year. Because I am attempting to think of this in a big picture. Like, is there enough time, even if we floated advanced reading for the next 12 months, is there enough time to finish the riverfront specific plan, finish the master plan, which should include the northern riverfront, perform an economic feasibility study, because the ideas that we concluded were good ideas, and that Eric mentioned some of those, adding on to convention space, all of the things that I think that we would agree with. Are those economically feasible? Doing an economic feasibility study before we put plans in place should occur, and that's supposed to occur with riverfront specific plan. We'll get there. And then creating some sort of financial strategy to make sure that those plans actually become a reality, and it's not time that we've taken as a community for years now, painstakingly years now, that we can actually make those plans a reality, and we can give future councils a direction and a plan to march down, and that does need to include a long-term revenue source. I really am unwilling, and to be completely frank, have been quite frustrated this past week while we've been trying to figure out, well, weeks for Councilmember Audette and myself, trying to figure out what solutions there could be, because it truly does feel to me personally like councils of the 90s and early 2000s kicked the can down the road, and I'm unwilling to do that for future councils and potentially my children later on. It's extremely frustrating, the idea that we will be leaving our children in 20 or 30 years with how do you figure out how to like replace, rehab, maintain all of the assets that we currently have. Director Meny is very aware that for the last probably decade, because I sat on CSAC before, that I have been beating this drum of eventually parks and facilities have to have some sort of maintenance plan and structure and revenue source, because we build these beautiful things, and as a millennial, we choose what our community feels like and the assets that a community has, and then we decide what our job is going to be in that community. Where do we want to live? Where do we want to plant roots? But we have to figure out how we're going to fund those things. This really is not a new problem. And I'm going to repeat, we really do. There is no easy solution. And and there are long-term solutions that are needed here. Whatever we decide is going to put a further burden on the general fund. For me, it is deficit spending and spending of one-time money. And like I think that the majority of council has said, I think that we all are in alignment of that we need to spend money. It's going to be us deciding how much we are willing to spend. I have a couple of contingencies that I would like to propose. Let me count how many there are. Some of them I know that Advanced Reading already shared, and some of them were brought up by this board also. I would want some contingent, I would be willing to consider a year worth of funding month to month. I like that you added in the 60-day opt-out, because if these metrics were not met, that would give us the option to pull out of that contract. But I would like a new business plan brought back from Advanced Reading in the next 6 months, so by the end of this fiscal year. I would like to ensure that the contract the city agrees to, that we do have the ability to pull out of any long-term financial restructuring conversations don't go anywhere. So I would like an agreement from Advanced Reading that they're going to participate in those discussions and decisions in long-term restructuring. And if those go nowhere, that we have the option to pull out of, I'll call it our donation. I would love quarterly financials to be submitted to the council from Advanced Reading during this timeframe that we're giving, whatever we decide on, whether that's 6 months worth of funding or 12 months. I would like a good faith agreement that they'll remain at the table for conversations regarding the 25 to 50-year plan around the northern riverfront. I love the idea of a mayor being appointed, or any member of council being appointed as a non-voting member to the board who's going to be engaged. I promise that most of us are very engaged in our liaison assignments. And I think that those are all of my comments and contingencies. Go ahead.
What was your source of funding for that? Was it 1.2 million? Is that where you're at?
I think that I am willing to consider using some of that money that is in the assets and property amount.
Stillwater?
Some of the Stillwater money.
Almost 1.4 for the year.
It's 1.4? Or almost?
1.392.
Oh, yeah, 1.4.
Right. So good.
Go ahead.
There's more than 2 points, so we're going to circle back to those.
Four, no.
And I like them. So, Councilor Danuka, you got something to say, so.
Yeah, just, I do want to see in the contingency, definitely one board member appointed by the city council. Second, a time-bound specific plan that you have to bring back in next 30 to 60 days. I wouldn't wait for 6 months for the plan, 30 to 60 days. You have to come up with a plan.
The reason why I said 6 months is that I know that they have certain contracts, and I don't know what the stipulations or agreements are with any vendor that they have. If there's any sort of restructuring that they have to do, or there's a portion of their agreement, I don't want to force them into, this is what it looks like.
No, I understand what I'm
Within
saying.
30 days.
Yeah, what I'm
I
saying.
mean, ideas.
They should come up with a plan in 60 days. So, and
Go ahead.
they don't have to change the contract for that. That's the second thing I want to see, for sure. And so those are definitely, I want to see those two things. I wouldn't want to do it for 12 months, for sure. I'm ready to do it for short time, but not 12 months.
I'm going to tell you that I don't know whether or not we will be done in 6 months with the planning of Northern Riverfront, a feasibility study, and a master
Yeah. I
plan.
mean,
Which means that we're going to be having this conversation.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
just to that point, I want to say that we spent 1.2 million on this riverfront planning, which I think we could have saved. I don't know if still we could save part of that money.
No.
But that was such a waste.
Okay. I agree that it's probably gonna take a little while. I think it is, I want to go to RFP because I do think that Advanced Reading, given all the shuffle, may want to reestablish themselves.
I don't.
And then their contracts would be done and they could, if they wanted to apply to this RFP as Advanced Reading or as something else or whatever it is that they envision as they are changing things, maybe that's part of it. And then if we went to RFP, we could say, here's the money that we know, because we could take the time to go, this is how much I know that we are gonna be able to fund you by. And then, so it would be the timing, right? Would it be possible, where's my finance people? Would it be possible, yeah, from like, if we did March, April, May, and June, and then we renegotiate this TOT stuff and partially kind of reimburse ourselves and do 6 months total, but sort of take from that following year to reimburse ourselves from the TOT
Okay.
money for next year to sort of reimburse what we paid for this. So we really pay for about 3 months and then we're borrowing from the TOT to pay.
Well, it doesn't
2.
change our cash position to borrow it, right? I mean, it's.
It does. Well, it would
won't.
reimburse us. It would get, that TOT money goes to Visit Reading.
Oh, okay.
So if we,
Right.
if, listen, after, I mean, it wouldn't help if they need more than that in the long run, but I think we'd have a better idea and if it was a cash flow issue.
So are you suggesting restructuring the contract with Visit Reading in the process of this? Or
Well,
I
we'd
guess
have-
I,
Hold on.
If, as a long-term solution, we would have to.
because there isn't a mechanism really to borrow against our future TOT, right? Because that's money that's coming in the future.
No, what I mean is the contract that we have with Visit Reading, do we pay them monthly?
Yes,
As
yes.
it
we
comes
pay
in
monthly.
and then we pay for that or whatever?
Yep.
I'm just wondering if, I'm trying to figure, as the deficit, there's just other costs coming. There's costs for city attorney, there's costs for our new city manager, there's just, so we're not, this number is actually growing our expense side, which we're not really talking about. We're talking about revenues and starting cash balance going down, but our expenses are gonna continue to go up. So that deficit's gonna get larger and larger, and this is just another thing to add to that. And so you could use all your Stillwater money, and then your grant comes in, and you don't get to build your road and your escrow and blah, blah, blah. So I get a little bit from here and there.
I think
6 months is fair.
6 months feels fair. I just don't know based
I'd wanna
on
go
what
to
it was
RFP.
that I like the idea of RFP. I don't know that we can get that done in 6 months.
Oh,
And I don't want to have this conversation again in 6 months. That,
Cool.
like, extend us a little bit.
You could potentially do a 6 months with some extensions.
I think not only could we finish the RFP in 6 months, I think they could finish it sooner than that, but we would know what we would select by 6 months. But then we'd also know sort of revenue-wise where we're at, and it gives them their high season.
All right, our attorney again, he's itching to speak, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to caution a little bit in terms of the Visit Reading contract. I don't know the terms off the top of my head, but if any of the action that you're contemplating would be contingent upon terminating or restructuring that contract, I think you're going to need to wait on that part of discussion.
Yeah.
Until
Yeah.
you get it properly noticed, because they'll want to show up, they'll want to have an opportunity to speak, all of that. So
Sure.
I wouldn't commit to any funding decision that is contingent upon action you can't take today.
That's fair.
Okay. Counselor Resner, unless, your point's done?
No.
Yeah, okay.
I like the idea of RFP. I'm willing to include that in a motion. Do you think that that's reality, Director Minnie, that you could get something like that done in 6 months?
Depends on the value of that contract. The city has processes to obtain consultants, which could necessitate a request for quotes. It could be an RFP itself, which is typically how we would do a design project. There's a threshold for that. We would have to pull some numbers from the market to see what that is, what likely cost there is. If it's within our spending authority, then we would be able to do that and shortcut it. There may be a city manager process that we could use too that would shortcut that as well. But we don't know the numbers on that. I wouldn't imagine it's over $100,000 for something like that. it's probably within our ability to fast track it. But it would still take several weeks to get someone on board. There's contract negotiation, and then you have the RFP process. So you're working with consultants several months. Then you post an RFP for 30 days plus. Then you have an evaluation period, and then we're back to you. So I imagine it would take every bit of 6 months.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
So the consultant is going to do what exactly? Because if we already know what our budget is, what we're able to give, we're not going to market as far as what do other people get. Like other places, their museums are paid for by their cities as well, but Turtle Bay isn't. That's why they had to do the extraordinary measure of having a hotel to actually help fund this museum, because normally cities do that. So Reading's a place that wants all the stuff, but their government, they also don't want to be charged more. Amen. And they want us to figure it out. So we're not the same. We're not another market. There's no other market that's going to shame us into giving it more money. It's never going to happen, right? Because we're not that market. So we do want to have a civic. We want it to work. If we know the amount that we can pay, does that change the scope of what this consultant is going to be telling us?
Yes, you can say, we want to offer $1.5 million a year. We want you to do these services, and we're not going to pay you a dime more, and just see what comes back. I can't guarantee any of that because we just don't write RFPs for services like that. We can pull relevant examples. We can try to do this cheaply. It's just something that we don't really have the staff capacity to do in our department. And it would be nice to have a consultant that has done something like this before as well.
Yeah.
That way we avoid the pitfalls of later, someone has an exploitive contract that they can use to their advantage to either make more money or extract more funds. We also typically include a contract in our RFP. It'd be nice to have the final version of that or something close to that.
Yeah.
So that they know what they would be operating under. But if we're willing and prepared to just pay for the service, then that's different. And then we also have an operator we could negotiate with as well, or they could just propose at that time. If we have a number we're going to establish, we would actually
So,
need that guidance as well.
You mean in the next 6 months, we could just be in renegotiations with the amount of money that we have and restructuring the deal just with Advanced Reading or whatever entity they want to be?
Yes, I don't think that we would have any issue that we're already under agreement. Operating agreements are different than lease agreements. There would be some potential, you could run into prevailing wage issues, things like that. So
Because
we want
right
to
now
be-
it's a lease agreement?
It is a lease agreement right now because we do not provide them direct funding. We've given them grants. So there'd be a different agreement, or you would have an operator's agreement, which would then have its own, Christian would love to explain the legal ramifications of that, but it would be a different sort of thing. And there may be a combination of agreements or some type of funding mechanism, but that would be something we'd have to explore. But we could establish a budget and have an operator regardless.
Okay, we've heard
Hold on, do
a
you
lot
have
of good
thoughts on
ideas,
that?
but
I don't know.
Undecided?
I feel like the RFP, a consultant would be really helpful as far as structure, but I feel like we don't have 1.4 million to give anybody to do that. So I don't know if giving them money changes the nature of the relationship completely, or if we just call it a grant and then it stays what it is, but they have funding from us. Because obviously, we're not trying to operate, we're not trying to be operating the Civic. So I'm not clear on all the detailed differences of that. I just know that if we do a year, we're going to be back here in a year. So I in order to get, we've already given 675,000. We're going to give even more, and I still have not gotten anything that would be satisfied to me to go tell the people, like, this is what we're going to get from that, other than keeping it open. So, like, what's the plan? That's my concern.
so let's see if we can navigate all our ideas we've had over the past hour and a half. I think we're close to
Close.
something. So maybe what we'll do, take a combination of what each other said, and we'll find out if there's consensus on some of that stuff to framework a motion. Okay, so a little creative way to going at it. But so let's start. Councilor Resner, I think you gave a lot of meat and potatoes there, but maybe we'll start and see if there's consensus
Okay.
to some of your ideas, and then we'll build a motion out of that. Does that work?
Sure. I suggested 12 months of potentially, like 12 months of funding with a 60-day out clause. I really like the idea of going to RFP. The reason why, hold on, before, like, this is not my motion yet. The reason why it is that I said the 12 months is because I think it's going to take us a while to come up with a plan long-term. And I don't want to be in this situation where what you're saying is correct. Like, we don't know what it is that we're getting for that amount of money. I just think it almost is like, how do we keep the momentum going of what we have while we're attempting to change the tires on the car?
Fair.
And how do we keep going down the track? I would like, prior to me making my motion, if I could just get nods from the gentleman on this board, that you are committed to making tough decisions and having the guts to make tough decisions around expenditures, because I would like it publicly recognized. Because we are going to have to deficit spend.
Not only from the gentleman, not from the lady.
The ladies have made it very clear that they are the very
I feel like
fiscal
I've been
conservatives
beating that
up
drum
here.
for a year now.
But I think what you
So
also,
yes, that
I
was
think what
gonna
you
be
also
agenda
might be
thing.
asking is also accepting that as we shift money around the budget at certain
Yeah.
points, that may come a hit to public safety. Is that,
I am essentially just saying it's hitting somewhere.
it's hit, correct?
Yeah, we're spending somewhere. There's going to be a negative impact somewhere. We haven't made expenditures discussions, but we are going to have to make cuts.
I fully recognize that out of our special meeting, we've addressed that there's gonna have to be some cuts as we shift dollars around, and I think
Yes.
we accepted that out of our special meeting
Councilmember
today, so.
Danuka, can you agree that there are cuts that you're going to need to agree to?
There are going to be cuts in the short term to everything. That is, you can't help it. That's the simple math.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
that
that's
was-
a simple
That was on
math.
the, now I'll proceed.
Well,
Go ahead.
I know I'm not a guy, but I
I'm not
will.
concerned about whether
part
or
of
not
the, yeah,
you're
part of
willing
the
to
reason
make
why I don't want to spend 1.4 million is because I'm not going to cut cops. We're going to cut in all the places we didn't cut before. So we did cut 13 for the police department. We did cut 13 for the fire department. That's the last place that I'm going to go is back to police when we're at the lowest levels that we've had in decades. So I'm not willing to go back to that well, which is why every dollar we're spending, those are jobs that we're going to be cutting. And the last time we sat up here, nobody wanted to cut any jobs. It was all attrition. And so it's a valid point to say, are you willing to make cuts? Because everything's going to be a trade-off. And we are not going to go to the well of public safety again and just be like, well, I'm cutting your cops. I'm going to fight against that 100% because we already did that. It's the only cuts that were made in this last budget. And there's a standard in the city that I'm not willing to go below, and safety is the standard. So I do think that you need to think about, I won't vote for $1.4 million of funding. Absolutely not. I don't think we have it to do. I think we have the 500,000 and then for next year, and then we have to determine what we're going to spend, deficit spend this year. But understanding that 300, 400, or 500,000 that we're spending for this fiscal year is going to hit. So whether you take it out of Stillwater or you take it out of something, that still has to be accounted for. But that means your project, we hope we get that grant. If we don't, we're in trouble again. So
Okay.
again, trade-offs.
Let's see if we can, let's see if we can direct this. So 60-day out clause, is anybody opposed
60
to that? So,
If I could just clarify, the draft contracts you have in front of you are 60-day outs on the lease. In terms of the grant, there's no notice period. It's just as soon as you get the notice.
okay, is anybody
Oh,
opposed?
okay.
I'm opposed to a 60-day because we as the city can go out of the contract whenever, isn't it our, we don't have.
We don't have an out in that contract at all.
Under the current lease agreement, you do not.
We don't.
The grant-
We
the
don't
grant
need the out.
does.
They need the out. Why would we give them an out?
No, I like what it is that is in here at the moment. He said that we can pull out. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was in agreement.
And just to be clear, it's two separate agreements.
I know.
There-
Yes, I'm
It's
aware.
the grant one is the one that allows you to pull out immediately as drafted.
Yes.
The other one gives a 60-day out to both sides. And I believe, if I recall correctly, neither side had an out in the existing lease agreement.
Just defaulting on the agreement.
Right.
So some breach of
I'm not-
contract is the only
I
one.
just
Why
wanna
would we
keep
create
that.
an out? It doesn't exist right now.
Yeah.
So right now, it doesn't
For
exist.
It's the same thing. What she's saying is, as long as we can stop the grant any moment, she's fine.
I'm not talking about the grant. This is just for the lease. Right now, there is no out clause.
Yeah.
So you fulfill your obligations or you don't.
Yeah, just don't change it.
It doesn't exist right now. So if we don't change it, then it means we don't add it. It's
Yeah.
being added on right now.
We don't have to add it.
So you don't want to add it.
No. As long as we
Well,
can get
she
out of the
wants
grant.
to add it.
I
I'm saying
want,
don't add it.
I want the city, if in May, after we've been through all of these discussions in regards to expenditures, we're in a position where we can make a decision that's positive one way or negative another way, that we have the ability to say, we can't do it.
Right. About the grant, lease we do not have to change. That's what you're saying, right?
So let's clarify that. There's some confusion there. So
I'm mostly just
You're-
talking about
you're
us
making-
funding.
The
You're
grant,
saying,
yeah.
if we're going to give this money.
Yes.
And we're not getting what we're wanting to get, then that gives us the ability to just terminate it.
Yes.
I totally get that. I think for me, we want that all to work. I mean, I think we should talk about how we're structuring money separately. That's why I think an
Okay.
RFP might work, and maybe,
like
so that maybe needs to be 6 or 7 months. But, I don't want to give an easy out. You know what I mean? I don't want that.
I would like an easy
But I
out
get what
for
you're saying. You
us.
want to protect our, So maybe not a year. Maybe and then we reevaluate at the 6-month mark. Because if they can't fulfill the RFP, that's not their fault.
No.
That's our fault. So then,
Yes, but in the how it is drafted at the moment and how I just understood it from the city attorney is that we would be able to be out of funding them at any point in time.
You have
Which
the
is why
ability
60
for
days.
funding
You
in
need
this
60
agreement to be out at any moment, as soon as you give notice. In the lease
60
itself, you have the ability, you don't have the ability to terminate at all right now.
Yes,
don't
This
I
would
understand.
give
wanna
you the
terminate.
ability
I-
to terminate.
I
That's
would
the
note-
the difference.
we're not trying to terminate.
I'm sorry. If you are doing an RFP, you probably want some ability to terminate so that you could go with the alternate vendor at the end of the RFP. You're kind of assuming that you're going to end up in a default situation. Currently, you don't have the ability to terminate it on your side.
yes, I know, but we want it to work.
Okay.
We're not trying to get it out. We're trying to make it work. We want them to be successful.
And I'm just noting, it might look a little bit odd to a respondent to the RFP when they note that the current lease is long-term and that there is no ability for the city to terminate it.
Well, that's a good point.
I'm sure that they would agree to that. To what? Attorney?
Okay, so start off with a 60-day out clause. That was already built into our
What
framework there.
staff
so-
presented?
What staff presented. Correct.
It's in the lease. It is new.
I,
Got it. So,
what it is that is in this document, yes.
okay.
That's my first.
Does the council want to go in RFP? Yes or no?
I like the idea of RFP.
I would like to do an RFP.
You're saying yes?
Yeah, I just want to know, I mean, the cost of it, I would like to know that if it's not right now, but that option we can exercise or not, depending on the cost. But yes, I would like the RFP and see if we can keep the cost down and keep it internal.
Okay, there is consensus on RFP there, so we are
But let me just-
dealing with the
I'm sorry.
framework as far as 6 months or 12 months.
Let me just,
and-
I'm sorry, let me just say that about that. And maybe they'll come up with a great plan and then we don't have to exercise RFP option.
Yeah.
We would need
What,
additional
you would-
clarification around the
can't
RFP at
do
some
that.
point.
Yeah.
Because we need to know what our deal is. So
I
we
would
can
just-
return
Yeah.
for that. You could also set a timeline.
Right.
If it's 6 months, metrics for XYZ that you set are not met, we will do an
Yes.
RFP.
Yes, so
Something like
that's what I
that.
would like
We
to
can
do.
do all of
Not-
these things.
Option two,
RFP should be running the whole time.
Yes.
We need to immediately start
No,
the RFP.
they can prepare, it will take them a few
No,
weeks.
we
anyway.
do it. Yes, I know. We will take our time, but we should start that immediately.
Okay, what next?
Okay, is there consensus on our RFP? So,
Yes.
Is everybody clear as far as what that looks like? Yes?
Optional.
So, okay.
We're not spending $100,000 on an RFP. That's ridiculous.
I'm not sure. If I need money, I will come back and discuss that.
Okay.
We will look at the overall market and see how we can pull this off in the best way and come
That's-
back to you with anything we
That's
may
our
need.
prerogative, we can always do that. That doesn't have to be a condition of funding right now. That's our prerogative, we can always exercise that.
Yep.
Depending on the cost.
If we did 12 months, could there be maybe any kind of benchmarks that we can set that says, like, maybe by June, if we just don't like what we're getting back, like,
Staff can bring it back at the end of the fiscal year for a reevaluation. That feels
Okay,
fine.
so I would support 12 months, knowing that this comes back to make sure that we evaluate this, to make sure we're on track or so, but.
No, I wouldn't support 12 months.
Okay.
For 12 months, but I want the addition of the mayor being a non-voting member.
Do you
That's
want me to keep
definitely
going
one that
through
I
my-
think we all agree on.
Okay, can we table the length of time and I'll get through the other things that I
Okay,
think we're agreeing
sure,
on?
let's do that.
Quarterly financials submitted to the council.
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
A member of council appointed as a non-voting member of the board.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
I think it should be the mayor.
I love it.
Sure.
Save the civic.
Some sort of good faith agreement. I don't care if it's like an email or like something that gets discussed with your department, but some sort of good faith agreement, or a letter of intent that, that they agree to remain at the table and engaged in the planning of the Northern Riverfront, and all of the things on that property for long-term, the 25 to 50-year planning piece.
Yeah, that's.
To
Are
your
they already
point-
engaged in that right now?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yes, they are. I
okay.
don't think that there's going
Yeah,
to
they'll
be
be engaged
any,
anyway.
I don't think there's going to be any issue there. There hasn't been.
Yeah.
Okay,
To your point, can we also make it a criteria if we're going to give you gap funding, you have to apply for this RFP?
Yeah, sure. I love that.
so state that one more time, explain what that means.
If
He
we're gonna
said
give the
that-
gap
That
funding-
we're requesting if we're giving them gap funding, we're requesting that they apply for the RFP.
I heard requiring.
Are we allowed to, can we legally require that?
You can put it in as a condition of the contract. I will say it will be a little bit hard to enforce, but you would likely be terminating in the event they didn't submit.
If they didn't, you would just terminate the funding agreement.
Okay,
Then keep it simple. If you're gonna fund it, keep it simple.
did you have any more
There's no
bullet
need.
points there?
Those are all of my bullet points.
Okay,
Now
so-
we just need to decide whether or not, this is why I said the 12-month thing. I think that it's wise that we have that in our brain while we're having discussions about all of the other monies.
Okay,
Because we are giving ourselves an out where if we're running all of these things at the same time, RFP, we're having discussions about financials, and then we get to June or we get to August, and we've decided based on our other discussions that it's not going to work the way that we have things at the moment, then we can say, hey, next month it no longer works for us.
it gives a best fighting chance to where at some point in the future, if we're seeing the writing on the wall that this is not working, we may be able to come back and direct staff to say, come up with a plan where you can run this. So that, right now, you couldn't do this tomorrow or next week because we haven't planned for that. But I think if we do 12 months and something's not working in 6 months, that would give Travis a chance to come back and prepare.
Mine
I don't
is
want
just that
that.
whatever we came up with, whatever the conclusion decided, it gives us time to make financial decisions.
Yeah.
So what I hear you saying is that it basically reserves this money for the civic for now, as we're having our budget discussions on what's gonna get cut. But if it's not gonna pencil out, they
Yeah.
can't make it work, it's
Yes.
not gonna happen,
Yes,
things turn worse or whatever,
yes.
then we change our mind.
Yeah, well, that's why we have an out clause.
Do we need to determine the funding source today?
Yes, you would need, so that's part of the recommendation. I would also
Yeah, I see.
let you know that this is a monthly payment, so it's not a lump sum right up front. So that would work for your strategy, that if you decided that you needed to terminate,
So hypothetically,
you won't have to continue
if we
to
have
make
two
those payments.
sources, we've got the Rancheria money, the Stillwater money. Either way, if we took for the Stillwater, we could replenish it with the Rancheria money. I mean, it's just shifting money around. So
Those are
There's no
discussions
replenishing
that are
of Stillwater money.
we need to identify a funding source, he said. So-
But let me just be very clear here. I mean, I wouldn't agree to 12 months.
Me either.
And majority may overrule me on that, but that's fine, may vote against me, but I wouldn't be willing to do 12 months, $1.4 million.
What would you
If you-
do?
if you said
I
this-
will not do 1.4.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
I
won't
can
do it
see, I can see, that, okay, what is the cost to the city of shutting it down? Maybe up to that amount, and if you want to distribute that over whatever period
Yeah,
of time.
which is
I'm fine
about
with it.
800 grand. That's why I'm saying,
Yeah, I mean,
like,
that's-
if it's
you
the
can-
500 and the 300, that's how I get that, to
Yeah,
that
you can
number.
do less than that, so but probably, I'm just not going to do for 12
Yeah,
months.
yeah, I'm just saying,
How many months, Danuka, are you willing to say yes
how
to?
many months are you willing to do?
You make a motion, please. I would love to second it.
Well,
Well, I like the longer term one because it helps them planning. There's a lot of planning that goes into putting on these concerts or putting on these other things. Do we need to consider that?
No, I understand that, but
I would love to hear a solution from you.
I think the hard part is that we already know likely the only budget we're gonna have ongoing is like 650, if that, maybe less, maybe 500 to 650. So it's very hard. They're gonna know in the next couple of months, like, that's just not possible, or, okay, it's possible, this is how we're gonna do that, or, they have to figure that out too.
so how about what if we meet in the middle, 8 months takes us through Ironman and the State of the City of September, 8
well,
months?
I would be okay with the 4 months for $480,000 for 4 months for now, and then look at it again in 4 months.
We'll be right back here in April or May, that's the thing.
Yeah, that doesn't give us enough time to do, I don't have to do the math
We'll
for
be
you.
doing this all over,
I-
that's the hard part. But
Yeah,
it's
we will be
okay.
doing this all over again, and you're not giving staff enough time to do an RFP.
I think it's okay.
But that's okay.
Like every other bullet point we like, and even if one or two people vote no, I think you're gonna be pretty satisfied with all the other product that you're gonna get out of this. So if we're just dancing over 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, 4 months, the real win is we like everything else that we're gonna get with this. And let's get a motion put together and see if we can flesh out a vote, so.
I have a question.
Okay.
Councilmember Odette, are you saying through the end of their fiscal year that you're willing to say yes till they're like August?
So,
Or it's the end of July?
5 months, so.
again, I can say anything. I think the issue that I have is I haven't gotten anything. So I want to, in good faith, put some money on the table, but I want to get something. I want this thing to start. So if you
Okay.
say I have to give
I
you a
different.
year, that's a tough one. That's a tough one for me.
Are you saying
And I don't
it's-
have a year to give them.
Are you
okay.
saying it's challenging because potentially it's just gonna delay the start of the work and it's gonna work slower, but doing a shorter period means we're gonna work faster, or can you help? describe that?
I'm genuinely afraid that we're gonna say this is how much we have and they're gonna close anyway. And so we're gonna have put this money in and we're gonna let people go at the city. We're gonna have these major budget cuts and we just put this money in, but it only lasted for 3 or 4 months. That's really,
So let's be devil's advocate, say they do all that stuff. What we're here is to protect the community itself. And so that would be the win at the end, is to say, hey, we at least help protect the community asset for the businesses, the functions, the events. And had we asked the city to come back and run those events, we would have spent some money anyways. But I think that is the real win, is at least however we spend this money, we can carve that out and say, there's a lot of good we did for this community in doing that. And, and there could be some checkpoints along the way that says, we just don't like what we're getting, we're gonna stop this,
Okay.
but.
I have
Okay.
I have a potential compromise, because I think that your points are valid. What if we agreed to we instructed staff in all of the things that we've agreed to so far, but we say we are willing to give 4 months worth of funding, and in 4 months or 3 months, in 3 months, if we get the things that we asked for, like the change in business model, a new idea, like that, if we receive that new restructure stuff, then we are willing to consider further funding through whenever it is that the RFP is decided.
okay, that's a good idea. So basically we're making this decision, but in 3 months.
It's an extension, it's a checkpoint.
We're
like-
buying ourselves 3 months.
3 months to then, so we fund 3 months and then we basically make this decision again. We can do the research on the RFP. We'll know exactly how much that costs. And we will have gone through expenditures to figure out how much we actually have to cut. So we know what the trade-off is. We're not making that decision now. That sounds,
Okay,
I like
but
that.
can we identify the exact trigger points that would allow us to continue funding then? So if you said if they did certain
The
things,
ones
we'd
that
be
I
able to
put in
fix it.
my contingency, so,
3 months and then we'll, we're gonna consider the longer
4
term
months is
after
fine,
3.
4 months is fine for me, and then it can come back
No,
in
they have
3
to do
months
some
so that there's,
Performance.
so that they can plan. But I would probably say my contingencies are a new structure to that business model. And then also I would love to see what staff says in terms of RFP to be considered.
So I could go with the 6 months if 3 months is a checkpoint, that within 3 months we get those new business models and everything.
I just proposed 4, but if you want to propose 6, that's fine.
If I may, so the agreement that you would have after this, we would have to come back with a new agreement. That could be structured to be a full year, if you would like, with milestones built in, and you are able to turn this off at any moment you are not satisfied or a milestone isn't met. You could set it up to where you intend to be satisfied by the agreement, and at any point you are not, you say, no, we are done. It does not obligate you to continue to spend that money on a month-to-month basis because you're only paying as you go. So you could set it up that way as well. And I would just let you know that depending on the need of funding immediately from Advanced Reading, we would need to know if returning to council is an option for them, if that's going to be viable for a 2-week or a 1-month return. Otherwise, I would ask that you execute a very, very short-term grant agreement because this is going to take time to write this out. We also have to have the attorney review it. And then if you're going to authorize staff to sign it, or if you'd like the mayor to sign it, then we do have to make another return trip to the council. So that will take some time. So we would need to know that as well, which is another small wrinkle, but they would need to chime in on if they can wait for that.
I just think that's the
You're-
spot we're
you're-
in right now.
I
So we're
understand
just-
you're saying it, I hear what
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying, you're like, I want to put fire underneath feet.
I need to see something. Otherwise,
So, it sounds like we're in agreement. Can we say yes to we're going to say yes to funding for 4 months? And I would like staff to bring back at the 3-month mark, we will consider further funding if we're receiving those changes that we requested.
And just to be clear, those changes are not being put into the contract, but these are things that are being asked for as a condition of considering further funding.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I do see one thing is that if they need to schedule some events, 3 to 4 months may not be enough period, so I'm okay if you want to go 6.
So I'm hearing 4, but 5 would take them through into the fiscal year, which is what they're asking for. So is 1 month going to matter if we just take this 5 months? So February through June.
no, that 4 months gets you through the fiscal year. They do August, that's right. Ours is July, theirs is August, but we have different funding sources come July.
I thought they've asked
They
for
have-
through June. Is that right? So
Through
that would be
June.
February, March, April, May,
No,
June,
just
5
March.
months.
So March, February's already paid for, so March, April, May, June, 4 months.
Okay, this did not include February?
No, they have funding in February. They don't have for March.
You wanna
That's
do
why
it-
we're here.
Do you want to do through Ironman?
Okay, so we got it. We're
Hold on.
I'm hearing 4
It
months.
doesn't sound
or-
like they got it.
No?
The 4 months, and then they come back with the items that we had asked for.
Yes.
And the mayor's on the thing and all the
Yes.
stuff, and we're all cooking.
Okay.
And then we talk about that next one, if things are, we can figure out a way to fund this.
Okay.
It goes for.
Could we bring this
extended.
back to a timeline, like either our first meeting in May or second week meeting in May? Would that be a good timeline there?
Yeah, 'cause
I'm
it has
looking
to
at
be the month before they'd have to.
Yeah, so how about the second meeting in May? That would give them a little extra time, and then we can come back and decide an extension at that point. Would that work?
The meeting in May?
Second meeting in May?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, yeah.
So we'll
Yes,
bring
that
this
makes
back to
sense.
the second meeting in May?
Sure.
No, well, you had a
Yep.
great
Nope.
idea.
Nope, that sounds great.
Uh-oh. Sure.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, so
great.
we agree. Let-
I don't know that
Can I
staff feels
attempt-
like we agree, but
Can I attempt to summarize?
please.
So I think that I'm hearing approval of the 2 contracts that are provided. The first one, for the funding contract, the blank would refer, in section 2A, the first blank would now say that the term of the agreement is 4 months from the date of the agreement. The payment and reporting of the funds shall be made in monthly installments beginning, this is 4A, on the 1st of March. Do I have that right?
It would begin
Yeah.
1st of March.
And then for section 3A, the total sum, that would be 116 times 4, is that right?
Yeah, that would
And-
be $464,000
Okay.
paid in equal monthly installments.
So the two contracts adopted with those changes that I just stated, plus the second meeting in May, we will come back to consider potential for further funding, at which time the council will be updated about the progress on the bullet items that had been outlined previously by the council.
Yes.
And then we're gonna be pursuing an RFP, the language and somebody for RFP and all that kind of stuff.
I think that was one of the bullets.
Yes, it was one of the bullets. Yes.
If that's what, so, but those are not memorialized in the contract.
No, no.
No,
It's just a task I'm assigning to.
I think after a vote,
yours.
I will have a few questions.
Okay. Oh, yep, I
Okay, so,
got you.
so this will accomplish funding through June as they requested, correct?
Yes.
Yes, but we're gonna bring this back to May.
Yes.
So I think they should be satisfied with that
I
we're
think
giving
you're
them
gonna-
what they've asked for through June, and then it buys us more time, so.
Motion as stated.
Okay, can we get a second?
Yes, second.
We have a second. Let's vote before we change our mind. All in favor? Aye.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
All right, guys, we did something really big together at 5-0. That was great. It
We've
took us a
been
long
5-0
time,
all
but
day.
like,
I want to just publicly state
I
I've
think we're all
agreed
really
almost
liking each other, so.
Are we done?
So we will have a few more things and maybe
Happy birthday.
we need
I will-
another
I
vote
will-
here. We need to
It's actually
select a
Jeff's
funding
birthday, so-
source, and then I will need additional guidance from the council. I can return for that guidance, so we could shorten it now. But we do need to select a funding source so that the city manager can be authorized to do a budget resolution if required.
Do it from Reading Rancheria.
Not a budget resolution.
From
No,
Reading.
no, you need Rancheria money for
For
the.
your deficit.
Do you have a great idea of where that could go?
It
Or
won't be a
come from?
budget resolution, that's all I want to say. If you're administratively authorizing us to do whatever council
Yes.
directs, it won't be a
Yes.
budget resolution because we will not return to
Okay.
council.
Okay.
If council wants us to return with a budget resolution per whatever their direction is.
Just tell us where, and we will give, from where.
I think it should be Stillwater is what it should be,
Stillwater?
if you're
Okay.
gonna do it.
Yeah, that's
Still-
fine.
Stillwater is the direction.
So just to very quickly, not to nerd everybody out, but we will perform a budget resolution or an appropriations
Oh.
transfer that administratively transfers money from our capital projects fund to the general fund to cover the 4 months of expenditures
We'll get
that
Yes.
council just
Do you
approved.
pull them out month by month, or do you do it all at once?
I'll probably do it all at once so the general fund gets maybe a little bit of benefit off
Oh my
the interest
gosh.
revenue, but.
Yes.
Inflating the revenues.
No,
No, oh my gosh, don't say that.
Let's move on.
Mr. Mayor, just procedurally, if you're not looking for a budget reso, if you're looking for this to be an action that you're giving authority for now, I would recommend a subsequent motion to address this.
I will make a
Yes.
motion, I will make a motion to use funds as stated by staff. Direct funds stated by staff.
And authorize the city manager.
And authorize,
Can we agree, though, that this is all that we're gonna take out of Stillwater? Because that's about all we can take.
yes, oh,
Okay.
yes, this is a one-time
Only.
money only
'Cause we really do need
situation.
it
I'm
for-
sorry, I had that in my notes. I wanted to say that also a couple times, and I didn't. One-time money.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Now, and I know my colleagues are probably tired of this item. How would you like to give, as a body, me direction on what is a satisfactory business plan to return to you with in this 3 or 4 month timeline here? Would you like me to work with the ad hoc committee on that?
Yes.
Because I can bring you a plan, but I don't know what is the plan. or
And we
what's
would
a
like to
good-
appoint mayor probably for the non-voting members. You work with him on that.
Well,
Well, you can't do the ad hoc, 'cause that makes
that
it
would
Brown
make it a
Act.
Brown Act situation.
No, he can be on the board with
Yes.
them, but we,
Yes.
our ad hoc should talk to you about
Yes,
the,
that sounds good.
and
I
then
can-
you can brief the mayor
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
on that, and then you give your,
Yes,
So we've got consensus on that?
Yes.
Yep.
Ad hoc will work with me
Yes.
on the business plan and any other follow-up
yes,
items.
we can do that,
Okay, thank
staff.
you very much.
All right, Public Works, you're up. 9.11D, consider final update to
You got
COVID
this, Director Webb.
Economic
Assistant.
stimulus package projects, so.
I have a flight to catch early morning.
You have a flight still, are you on the 11?
What time is your flight?
Early morning, 6 o'clock.
Oh, well, geez, I fly out 5 in the morning on March 18th, or February 18th, I think, so. It stinks. I hate getting up that early, so.
I have to go get ready. I have to pack.
February 18th, I think it's the 6 a.m. flight.
Okay, let's go.
We're ready.
3 minutes.
No,
3
we're
minutes.
waiting on you, idiot.
3 minutes.
We thought you already started, so,
Apologies. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This evening, I'm going to provide a brief yet informative presentation regarding the COVID-19 Energy Efficiency Economic Response Plan. I'm going to attempt to summarize this in a relatively quick fashion, given council's request. There are really two main things here that I'd like to bring to the council's attention. There are two recommendations here as part of this presentation. One is to ratify approval of the city manager award of our very last construction project that is potentially funded from this program, and that is the HVAC upgrade at the Courtyard facility. So that is one important designation. The second is to accept this presentation as the final quarterly update regarding this program of funds. And I will mention that again at the end. Those are the main two requests this evening. So, and I will jump through these slides as quickly as possible, I promise. This is a program that essentially is utilizing REU greenhouse gas cap and trade auction proceeds that came about back in the COVID-19 era that was meant to stimulate the local economy and provide energy and cost savings at city facilities. To date, we've spent approximately $4.8 million on capital improvements, with around $1.8 million going to local contractors. We've received approximately 35,000 megawatt hours of energy savings and 3,800 metric tons of CO2, which was the main intent of this program. The program's consisted of 19 projects, HVAC projects, lighting, plumbing, solar, windows, all projects that you would expect. Excuse me, all projects you would expect to reap energy savings. And again, to mention, we have one project that again I'm recommending to ratify the city manager to award, which is the Courtyard HVAC project for roughly $380,000 as part of this presentation this evening. Quick summary here, we're talking about roughly there was $9 million budgeted. Actual costs are anticipated to be around $8.45 million, with $4.7 going to capital improvements, $150,000 were contingency, $1.2 million to design consultants, $1.7 for construction management staff, and another $650,000 for design on our end. That's a quick synopsis of where 8.5 of the $9 million budgeted funds went. And you will notice that there is a remaining balance of $550,000, which will be returned to Director Zettel and his team to be used for any needs that they have within the electric utility department to meet their energy requirements and or any future energy efficiency saving projects they identify. And with that, I will take any questions that council has.
we have a speaker, Amber Bush, if you're around, I know you.
She's not.
Wanted to speak earlier. I don't see you here, but,
I don't think she wants.
okay, there's no other questions, so.
Don't do that.
Oh, you need a motion.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept.
Yeah, I'll second.
Aye.
Is that for 3 months or 4 months? I'm just, so, all right. All right, all in favor, aye. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
good job.
Good job.
All right, personnel, 9.15A, accept a presentation and consider providing direction to staff regarding alternative prescription sourcing, so.
Leslie, you got it.
I think Amber wants to speak on this one too.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So I'm Leslie Saley, Personnel Manager with the Personnel Department. This evening, we're going to be discussing the alternate prescription sourcing. At the December 2nd City Council meeting, council requested that staff gather additional information about the alternate prescription sourcing and present the information here today. So today we're going to be discussing the structure of our current benefits, We'll go into what prescription sourcing is, and we'll discuss the consultant proposal and the factors and risks to consider, and then the steps taken to date. So the structure of our current benefits, I think before we get into the proposal, it's important to understand how our current benefits work. We are part of a program under the Prism Health. We're under Prism Health program. It's a pool of California public entities with a similar risk profile. And so we're not fully self-administered. We basically pay a composite rate, medical premiums that consist of medical, dental, and prescription benefits. Renewal rates are developed using the following assumptions: the ACA or state mandated fees, the medical trends, and the prescription trends. And so basically, we are a member of a group of 50 members, and there's a committee that consists of 7 voting members and 2 alternate members, and we vote on like the benefits for the following year, renewals, rates, all of that, et cetera. So prescription sourcing is obtaining medications from outside of the US through international vendors at a lower cost. And the city first heard about prescription sourcing because in May of 2025, Limitless Consulting invited us and other public or other employers within the city of Reading to an employer summit. And that was to initially discuss solutions to address the provider shortage within the city of Reading. That was when we were introduced to programs such as Sharks and Griffin RX. They are companies that facilitate the sourcing of medications internationally. So the consultant proposal, Limitless Consulting approached the city to request a contract in order to implement a bolt-on prescription sourcing program. This would mean that the city would pay a fee to Limitless Consulting to source medications internationally. What's important to note is that we would still be responsible to pay the same composite rate premiums through the Prism Health program. So that was the initial proposal that we discussed with Limitless beginning in May of 2025. After reviewing the information and with consideration of our current benefit structure and our composite rates, we decided, or we realized that it wouldn't result in any immediate savings for the city. And so we went back and discussed with Limitless Consulting, and they provided another proposal to work directly with our Prism Health program to implement the bolt-on prescription sourcing. And that would mean that Prism would pay the lower fee for the internationally sourced medications, and it would be at no cost to the city of Reading. And so another factor to consider is that it would result in no immediate savings to the city. It would result in potential savings at renewal due to lowered claim costs. And part of the proposal is that Tier 1 medications would be at no cost to employees. Some factors and risks to consider. This program would require the support from Prism Health. If they do not support it, we would risk losing membership in the Prism Joint Powers Association is what it's called, if we decide to move forward without their approval. This would also be considered a change in working conditions and require that we go through the meet and confer process with the unions. We currently do have a program that's similar to what's been proposed called RX and Go, and we have a current utilization rate of about 4%. Staff have expressed dislike for how the program has been implemented because essentially they fill their prescription, and then we have a third-party RX and Go that will come in and reach out to employees and provide them the alternate sourcing for the medications, and they've expressed confusion and uncertainty when third parties are contacting them. So that's just something to consider should we enter into a proposal with Limitless. And then, again, it's going to result in no immediate savings to the city. And then, just for your information purposes, here is a comparison chart between Prism Health, the California PPO trends, and CalPERS Choice PPO, and the rates based increases and decreases from 2009 through current. And so it's showing that us as a Prism Health member, we have averaged a 5.9% increase in comparison to CalPERS, which has averaged a 6.5% increase. And steps taken to date, staff have coordinated a meeting with Alliant, who is our day-to-day consultants that help us implement the programs through Prism. So we've coordinated a meeting with Alliant and Limitless Consulting. Alliant have expressed willingness to vet the program. They have asked, though, to wait for about 6 months to 1 year to realize savings of new programs that have been introduced as of 2026. We have a new pharmacy benefit manager called Navitus, and they have programs that are similar to what's been proposed by Limitless, with the excluding the internationally sourced piece. And we've also introduced a program called Digby, which have specific criteria that individuals must meet to be prescribed the top two or to GLP-1 medications. And so that's expected to reduce medication utilization by about 30%. And they have mentioned that it's going to take about 6 months to a year to actually realize those savings. So they would like to see how our new programs are doing before they fully present this to the PRISM committee. And so the next steps would be for council to consider providing direction to staff regarding implementation of the bolt-on prescription sourcing program, or to request additional information from Alliant. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
I think we all feel
If I,
Well,
yeah, you,
I don't know what the benefit.
Council.
Well, I think it's totally fair to wait another 6 months because I want to see if the one that they have is, like this new one that they're doing, is going to work. But I think it'd be good to have a choice at the end of the year for the following year to compare the two. But I don't know if they're going to need to vet that. I don't know if that means, I do think you should wait 6 months, but are they going to wait 6 months and then vet it for the next coming year? I wouldn't want to do anything this year.
Yeah, from my understanding in conversations with Alliant, we provided all of the information we've received from Limitless, and we've connected the two entities, and Alliant has passed on the information to their pharmacy team, and they're actively looking into it, but I think it's presenting it to PRISM as a solution. They'd like to wait.
Yeah, it makes sense to wait on
I agree.
that
It makes sense.
till the end of the year. Well, when would they need to do that in order to have there be options for next year?
So they have quarterly committee meetings. I believe it may be, I can't speak to that for sure, but the next committee meeting is February, and then in the May committee meeting, they're going to be discussing renewal rates. So I don't believe that they could incorporate this change into
It would have
benefits
to be
for
like
next
the
year.
following,
Yes.
in a year for the following year.
I believe so.
Okay. That makes sense.
did this presentation have anything to do with our prior meeting where we asked for maybe some other considerations for the, I think it was called the GLP drugs, is that right?
Yeah.
But we're not hearing anything yet, it's a wait and see, is that?
I'm not sure if this answers your question, but we were at this meeting. So I was at there too. There was a bunch, the county was there and stuff. And basically they source specialty drugs that the employees, it's actually very expensive for the city. It's very expensive. They source them out of like Canada. And so they work with your existing, that you don't have to change anything. But this group already has something that they're trying to go to like that. So.
Yeah, and I think the distinction
And
is
it would-
that City of Reading doesn't directly pay
Do
for
their
these
own,
drugs
yes,
currently being part of the PRISM Health Committee or membership. And so we don't currently pay out of pocket for these like GLP-1 medications and tier 1 drugs.
If I may, I apologize if I'm stating the obvious, but because it's the JPA that contracts with the service and because they're going with a competitor, it really doesn't do you any benefit as a council to separately contract with a second vendor for the same service. All that does is duplicate what you're getting. So really, the benefit comes from the decision the JPA will make, not the decision the council will make. And while the wheels are in motion there, ultimately, it's going to be the vote of the JPA board that is what decides which vendor is the best one, or they decide is the best one to use.
But we can ask that they be connected and they vet them so that if that's a good option for us and all these other cities, that they would get the best benefit and the cost savings. And every city's looking for cost savings right now,
Yes.
so.
This is the hard reality being in healthcare. May I
Yeah.
just chime in that healthcare system is completely a mess. There are too many middlemen. Everybody is just extracting their profit out of it. And there is no way for us to get out of this right now. You're wasting your time on this. And there's
don't
nothing we
agree
can do
with
about
you,
it.
but
And the three simple solution is transparency of the cost and same cost for everyone and local control. And that's not going to happen. So just don't even worry about it.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I'm telling you, it's a hard reality.
All right.
You don't control anything. JPA controls it. He's
Let's-
absolutely right. Blue Cross controls it.
Yes,
JPA
but
controls it.
we can
There's
ask them.
nothing you can do. Nobody
Of course we
listens.
can.
Nobody cares.
And I think in terms of what Member Audette was asking for, I think staff has already done that, and those
Yeah.
steps are already in motion.
Let's see if we can give any more direction so we can move on. Is there any more direction?
Can you stay on the course that you're on with Alliant vetting it, if it would be good for the JPA? But we
Yes.
don't expect to have anything back probably till next year, if anything, to tell us what the result of that is, if they're able to put that together.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
I think
Yes.
we've got direction. All right, so let's go to our council travel reports.
Maybe, but you gotta try.
City council.
I traveled and Nick Zettel looks so comfy back there that I feel like I should make him talk about our NCPA meeting, but I'm not going to.
Okay.
I'm not going to. NCPA meeting was very entertaining for those of us who like to discuss public power. I think the one thing I thought was the most, which I shared a little bit in a different meeting, but one of the things I thought was the most interesting is that members from the governor's office who were the like senior advisors essentially told Truckee Donner and SMUD, we know the fleet requirements that, correct me if I'm wrong, but the greenhouse, or no, what do I want to say? Renewable goals that the governor has set and restrictions he has set on our fleets, which we're a little bit experiencing this in RABA, which is probably where I think I talked about it last, in terms of fleet purchasing. I thought that it was fascinating because Truckee Donner and SMUD both were saying your goals are unachievable, and those of us who have snow and mountains and all of these things, it's not going to work to have a hybrid car that's plugged in for, I believe that Truckee Donner said 3 days. 3 days. Truckee Donner said that this snow season they had a vehicle plugged in for 3 days, and it was running on gas or diesel or gasoline, and that obviously wouldn't work in an electric vehicle. And the governor's office basically said, we hear you. Let's keep the conversation going. We have zero intention of changing any of our goals. Which I thought was really interesting because I didn't know that SMUD has, 1 million customers? We have 43, do we have 43,000? Well, yeah. And SMUD has 1 million, and they're coming to the same, and they have one of the most progressive,
Yeah.
they're so
All over
progressive. and-
California.
And they're literally like, your goals are not gonna work. And he just said, let's keep talking about it. We know.
They don't.
So it sounds like it was
Anyway.
money well spent and you felt listened to, so thank you. Okay, good.
I did feel like that
Good.
there was lots of education, but that was the point in which that I was the most.
Okay.
I just have a quick question for you. Is there any way for you to project this agenda packet on the screen? I brought my laptop here today to
Do you want to make that
scroll on
line item
this.
12, or do you want to, because we can move on to.
Oh,
that, so.
I thought that was line item
that was
12.
it.
Okay, that's line item 12. So I was just wondering, can there be project agenda packet here? Because I really found it useful to be on my laptop today. No?
We can talk about
Okay,
that.
all right.
Is there any line item 12s?
I have one.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to say happy birthday to Jeff out there. Happy birthday, Jeffrey. Happy birthday. There's some nepotism for you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
You don't have to be on the tree committee ever again.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Jeff.
Never
Were-
appoint you ever again.
Were you looking for a consensus on that? I'm just checking.
I'd like a vote.
I will
I'd like a
just note
vote.
that that is technically outside of the jurisdiction of the city council.
Okay, all right. We're adjourned, all right, out, so, God.